looking for you. I've been looking for you. Now I'm ready to up off Serena. Play singing high. Feel like they dance over the stars. They all think they're going far. Me, I've been looking for you, baby. I've been looking for you, baby. I've been looking for you, baby. I've been looking where the ocean meets the land. So I've been out here looking for your footprints in the sand. Or did you hear the ocean singing? Baby, did you sing along? Yes, you danced over the water. Someone got songs, or were you even here at all? Me, I've been looking for you, baby. I've been looking for you, baby. Been looking for you, baby. I've been looking for just after daylight. There's a Joshua tree grow that little place you always like. This pioneer town preachers. I ain't got too much to say. If they ain't like to sing it, they ain't giving you away. Now it's been 2 days. I've been looking for you, baby. I've been looking for you, baby. All that
Okay, attention in the swine barn. If I can have my 2026 seniors, please come to the ring. My 2026 seniors, if I have you guys come to the ring, we'd like to start our opening remarks and get started with the 2026 swine show.
think I'll go back to the city, back to El Cerrito place. That's the last time that I saw the
2026 seniors, this is your last time to be in the ring. We'll try and do something here and get you recognized. Come on up. All right, folks, welcome to the 2026 Kendall County Junior Livestock Show. We had a good poultry show yesterday. We're going to do even better with the swine today because I know we work harder. I'd like to welcome Adam Graddert from Geneso, Illinois, graduated from Western University, Western Illinois, runs about 50 hogs at home, was on a national champion judging team. He knows what he's looking at, guys, so bring your best stock up today. He's going to take a look at them. I'd like to welcome everybody. A couple of announcements. We're going to clean up our own pens when we get done today. That way it's for the volunteers, directors, and everything to get it completely cleaned up for the steers, goats, and sheep coming days. We got to do our part today, so please help us out. Get your pens clean. There's wheelbarrows and shovels and rakes and everything available, and then we'll use our big dumpsters as well. Everything's going to go out behind the swine wash rack to the edge of the hill, and we'll dump our shavings there. So just a couple of housekeeping things there. I'd like to welcome everybody. Parents, thank you for all the time you put in with your kids in the barn to get us to this point. We have our senior graduating class here of 2026. It's the last time they're going to be in the ring, guys, at county. So I'd like to give those seniors a hand. I'm going to hand the mic over to Miss Addison Scott. She's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry, Lila Boner is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Addison Scott has an invocation for us. So if you could remove your hats.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, please bow your head. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day and the opportunity to gather here. Thank you for the skills you've given us, the lessons you've taught us through hard work, and the responsibility of caring for our animals. Please keep our exhibitors, families, volunteers, and judge safe today. Help us to compete with honesty, humility, and respect. May everything we do bring you glory. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, ladies, for coming up front. I'd like to thank our volunteers, directors, everybody that facilitates this show. It takes a lot, and it doesn't just happen today. It goes on for a long time. You see one of these directors, these guys that are back here running things. The whole Staling family's here. Give those guys a pat on the back. Appreciate everything that goes on to put this thing on. You guys take a second to get your Durocs ready. We'll be calling first class of Market Durocs here directly. If you have not picked up your showmanship numbers, they are available at the table here just outside the ring. Junior showmen are going to be elementary, intermediate will be junior high, and seniors are your high school students. Please pick up your numbers. That way you can be identified for the showmanship competition.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Okay, let's bring up our first class of market Durocs. Class 1, market Durocs. Bring them forward, please.
Check 1, 2.
Okay, we have class 1. Let's go ahead and bring forward our class 2 Durocs. Class 2 Durocs, let's bring them up, please. Folks, just to let you know, the Wild Game Dinner has set up a complimentary spirits bar in the corner over here by the add-on. If you need a little pep this morning, we got a little tomato juice, maybe a little orange juice, maybe a little spice. Come over and get you one and enjoy the show.
Awesome way to start off our market show here with this first class of Duronks, and it comes down to the young man's barrel here around Von Me, Youngly, and Black, and honestly, I think kind of depending on where you put your priority, you could use either one to win because. They're both high quality barrows, but they're quite a bit, or high quality market animals. But both of them are quite a bit different in terms of what they represent for the Duronk breed. The young man's barrow is one that's awesome in terms of silhouette from the side. I love how he can get out and go in terms of the range of motion they has to his skeleton. And the young lady's gill is one that's ultra stout in terms of the feature that she carries. She's got a dense hair coat, a mean kind of mug on her. So kind of depending on how you want to evaluate your livestock and sort them, you can go either way. And I couldn't argue with you. For me, the one that just hit me a little bit harder coming out of the gate for him being one that's so neat in terms how he's in terms of his look up front. I love how his design there from the side. His proportions are awesome. He's very long in terms of his hip, which really allows him to take a long reaching stride. And that's the young man's barrel. I'm going to use that one to win. And I know I'm going to give up a little bit of bone on this one because he's not nearly as stout at the ground, that's for sure. But I still think it matches well enough to allow him to bounce from the side. Is this why I watch them both drive there from the profile? That barrow's neck attaches a little bit higher on top side. That one's skeleton, but he's still laid back in terms of his shoulder, which allows him to take a really comfortable reach up front. Like I said, I love his length of hip there from the side, and he has a great kind of set to his hawk and pasture that really allows him to take a long, comfortable stride. But yet, when you still get behind him, he's a barrow that's really rolled up down his spine. He's extremely stout out through his hip. Like I said, he's a barrow that at the ground, maybe doesn't overwhelm you in terms of bone, but still has more than enough. And like I said, nothing to take away from the young lady's gilt because that thing is stout. That thing's a very stout skull, a big-footed, hairy one that in its own right, I still think it's very functional in terms of her skeleton. But when we compare him back to the class winner there, she's maybe the one that's not as neat in terms of his neck set and how he ties it up high. I thought when both of them got instead of the motion, maybe didn't have as much of a comfortable reach up front out of his shoulder as that gilt's just a little bit more upright right there. When we asked him to go, maybe doesn't get out of his hip and rear leg as comfortably, but both those are very good kind of market animals, and I think you can go either way. And I couldn't argue with it. And nothing to take away from the young ladies' gilt that's going to round out this class because this one's awesome in terms of its design, neat looking, great in terms of his a muscle pattern up high. That's a big back, stout hip gilt. But when comparing back to 1 and 2, that one just gets a little bit more vertical at both ends of his skeleton. I wish that one had a little bit more body to it right now to enhance her balance there from the side.
Placings in Class 1 Market Durocs. First place, Witten Harper. Second place, Molly Gowan. And third place, Haley Lambert. Let's go ahead and bring forward our Class 3 Durocs. Class 3 Durocs, bring them up, please.
Only two here in this class, but both of them are tremendous in terms of the quality on for about their proportions there from the side. For me, the barrow that I'm going to use here today is the young ladies here right in front of me, and like kind of like the first class, maybe not as nearly as stout in terms of his form and front foot, but that barrow I thought at the ground was quite a bit better in terms of his front feet. I thought he utilizes his hip and rear leg with more reach and range of motion. Then most importantly for me, when I compare him back to the barrel I'm using second here today, I like this one's composition a little bit better. He's a little bit fresher there in terms of his throat latch. He's got more of a ditch running down his spine. You can see that shape he carries from his upper hip down to his lower stifle. And like I said, when we asked both of them to drive there from the side, I thought that that one skeleton was able to get around the ring with a little bit more comfort and ease. Nothing to take away from the young man's barrow that's going to be second here today, because kind of like on my second place skill, that barrow is quite a bit denser there in terms of his feet there at the ground. That I appreciate that one's body cavity that he has there in the center portion of his body. He's down about his skull. But when comparing back to my class winner, I just thought that barrow was a little bit more far forward in terms of his blade, with him being a little bit straighter in terms of his blade and front knee, consequently caused him to be a little bit softer there in terms of his front feet. And then when we asked him to drive across the ring, I read his hip and hind leg being a little bit more mechanical. He's using more of his hip than his actual honk and foot in terms of his reach. It gets a little bit shorter in terms of his step. And then compositionally, I wish this guy was just a little bit leaner here today. He doesn't have as much of a groove down his spine. He's a little bit comes with a little bit more throat to him. But Barrow, like I said, from the side, is great in terms of his proportions, great in terms of his bone density. I just wish he would get out and go with a little bit more comfort, add a little bit leaner composition. But very, very good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Places for Class 2 in first place, Caden Staling, and second place, Brody Baker. Let's go ahead and bring forward our Class 4 market Durocs. Class 4, bring them forward, please.
Here in this class, I think the young man with the long sleeve shirt here right in front of me. I thought he won this class and won so pretty handily. Just from the side, that barrel easily gives you the highest quality design from the side. Everything, all the parts and pieces matches in a good proportional package. He's a barrel that's neat in terms of his look up front, but at the same time comes with a good center cavity in terms of the roll and turn he has to the center portion of his body at the ground. He steps down with a decent amount of feature to match all that mass he has up high. Just everything balances is so well from the side. Yet when he's stepping right behind him, still gives you a powerful look in terms of the amount of shape he carries in terms of his upper hip and stifle. Is he the best built one we've seen come through the ring here today? No, he's a Wahong that I wish was a little bit more laid back in terms of his shoulder. I wish he had a little bit more fluency to his step there in terms of his rear leg, but that's getting ultra picky on a bear that just gives you a high quality look there from the side. Now the bear that I think is probably the best in the class in terms of maybe a skeleton standpoint is going to be second. That's the young lady's darker colored one here right in front of me. That barrel is really stout in terms of his skull. He's good in terms of his angles. I prefer how his hind leg hooks up into his stifle joint going right away from us relative to my class winner. It's square and it allows him to get out and go with some comfort. Composition. I like where he's at. He's rolled up in terms of his shape up high. He's good in terms of his shape out through his hip. Love that barrel skull shape. Just at the same time, when I compare him back to my class winner, that one gets quite a bit flatter there in terms of center portion of his body. He's a little bit drier there in terms of his heart and flank. With him being a little bit drier there, just throws off his bounce there from the side. And though I do like him being square going right away from us, he does kind of honk in just a touch, but that's kind of a Duroc thing. After that, I'm going to use the young lady's gilt here right in front of me, go third. I just saw the relative to 4 and 5. That gilt just was able to get around the ring with a little bit more athleticism to her skeleton. I appreciate this gilt for the skull shape that she has. She's a genuine kind of hog in terms of the width she carries throughout her skeleton, that view coming at me. She's busted open about her chest. She carries a lot of dimension down her spine all the way out to a very stout hip. She utilizes her hind leg with a lot of function and comfort there at the same time. She's a gilt that's a little bit flatter and dry there in the center portion of her body. She's a gilt that gets a touch off there in the top portion of her hip. Doesn't really kind of want to tie her neck up as high on top side of her shoulder. So when we study her in terms of profile wise there from the side, I just didn't think her lines laid are as neat as 1 and 2. Young man in the corner there is going to go forward, and that barrel, I do like how his lines relate him in terms of the upper portion of his skeleton and top portion of his shoulder. Is level down through his spine, out through his hip. He's down out through his hip the same well. Got a very neat look up front there at the same time. I just thought he got a little bit more vertical at both ends of his skeleton. I need to relax that guy in terms of the angle to his shoulder blade. I need to lengthen that one's hip out and give him a little bit more fluency to his step. But I thought that there was just more pig and or more hog in that barrel than the young man's barrel here in the corner. The young man's barrel in the corner has got one that's got a wild look up front, big chest, stout skull looking, stout skulled one. Young man does an incredible job of getting this one stuck. He did an awesome job in terms of skin and hair, getting them ready for the county fair. Just want to compare him back to his contemporaries. That barrel is a little bit more vertical at both ends of the skeleton, kind of like my 4th place barrel, but at the same time probably gives up the most amount of muscle and most amounts of spread there in terms of center portion of his cage. So we had a sore in 5th here today, but he did a great job. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placings in Class 3. In first place, Truett Harper. Second place, Cheyenne Miller. Third place, Isabella Tamez. And fourth, Jonah Perez. And in fifth, Logan Klerner.
I think an easy place to start with the young lady in the striped shirt there on the far side of the ring. That barrow just comes out of the gate and captures your attention with his look and design there from the side. I mean, that barrow is an up-headed, awesome in terms of his lines. He's long in terms of his hip. When we ask that barrow to go, he takes a long-reaching stride of his hip and rear leg, and yet when he's stepping behind him, still comes with more than enough power down his spine and out through his hip. He's one that I wish he can change up front just a little bit in terms of the width he carries throughout his chest, and he's a little bit more upright in terms of his shoulder. But once you get past that, that's just a very, very high quality show pig to win this class. After that, the young man's barrel here right in front of me is going to go second, and that barrel I just thought compositionally was the next best. You step in right behind the remaining three, and that barrel comes out the backside of his shoulder, the most rolled up in terms of his shape. That comes with the most shape out through his hip and stifle, and yet when we step back off him and study him, that's the up-headed barrel that's still comfortable out of his hip and rear leg. You can still get around the ring with some comfort. Compare him back to my class winner. I need to change this barrel out through the upper portion of his hip. He kind of wants a roll there and to get a little bit rounder there in the top portion of his hip. Same thing up front. I'd rather him being one just a touch rounder there and out of his shoulder, but he's square, he's comfortable, he's good in terms of his muscle shape. I thought that was a nice barrel there to go second. Young lady in the coat there on the far side of the ring is going to go third, and that barrel is one that at the ground I love the feature that he carries. That's a very very big-footed, dense skeleton Duronc barrel. He's actually, very laid back there in terms of, his shoulder. He's one that's, got some fluency to his step there from behind. I like his body cavity. You want to compare him back to the one that was second. I just got a little bit more disappointed when I get behind this barrel. It's a little bit plainer there in the top portion of his skeleton. He's also the hong. That's the softest in terms of his front feet. And so when we asked him to go, it's a little bit more uncomfortable out of his front end. But a nice kind of barrel to go next. I just prefer that one stoutness over the young ladies. Barrels are going to round out the class. The young ladies barrel rounds out of the class. I really like just the practical kind of hog he is. He's a good-footed hog that's good in terms of the genuineness he carries, in terms of the width down low. He's one that we appreciate how square he is going right away from us. From the side, I need to change his look. He gets a little bit more jam-packed up front in terms of his neck set. He's one that's a little bit plainer in terms of the shape he carries up high. At the same time, it's a touch shorter in terms of his step. But nice barrel here to round out this class.
Placings for Class 4 Durocs. First place, Lexi Scheit. Second place, Braxton Ebner. In third place, Keely Zappi. And in fourth, Brody Taylor. We'll now be taking a look for Champion Market Durocs. This year's awards donated by Champion Duroc belt buckle donated by Tony and Rose Hansen, and the Reserve Champion cups and bag donated by Lynette and late Billy Goss. Let's go ahead and bring forward our Class 1 Class 5. Class 5 Hampshires. First class of Hampshires. Class 5 Hampshires. Bring them up, please.
A great set of class winners we got out here, and it's always makes me feel good when we get to a champion breed drive, and all four of my class winners kind of fit a similar mold. Kind of reassures me that I'm at least being consistent in terms of being consistent in wanting bears that are built right and at the ground. They're built right in terms of their design proportions. They're ones that got a neat kind of look. They got the wow factor I'm looking for. I think all four of these barrows do that. At the same time, I still think there's one that can just get around the ring a little bit better than the rest. I think my champion barrow here is the longest in terms of his hip. He's got the best set to his honk and rear pastern, which allows him to really get out and go with some comfort. He's one as soon as he came into the ring, just gives you such a striking look there from the side because just everything matches so well in terms of his proportionality and balance. Yet you get behind this guy, and he still comes with quite a bit of power out of the backside of his shoulder, quite a bit of power out through his hip. I think a very nice Duroc Market Hog young man there right in front of me is going to be our champion. That second comes in, it immediately comes into contention. Like I said in that class, that this is kind of the oddball out here in the drive because this one's just so dense and stout in terms of that one. Skeleton's got a mean mug, big legs, a very dense hair coat. Maybe doesn't, what kind of beat in the class, maybe doesn't have the silhouette that my class winner had, but my champion had, and then my champion, I thought out of all Durocs we saw, was the best built one, and that I kind of nitpicked this one. But we can compare back to my other contemporaries. I think it comes down to her and the young man there on the far side of the ring. The young man on the far side of the ring, upper skeleton, I really like. That one matches kind of like my class winner in terms of his look, height, the shoulder. He's one that's kind of 12 o'clock today. My issue is at the ground on that barrel. He gets pretty soft in terms of his front feet. He's quite a bit more vertical out of his shoulder and front knee. And then he's stepping right behind that guy, and that he gets pretty wide there in terms of the stifle joint. But I do like his body shape. I do like his look. And so it kind of in my mind, go back and forth. Do I pick one that's kind of similar in terms of a design standpoint in his upper portion skeleton, or I pick one that's maybe a little bit better there at the ground and still comes with some feature. And for me, the one that I'm going to use and kind of stick throughout the day is the one I think personally is better in terms of skeleton. I think my reserve is better in terms of front feet, better in terms of his shoulder angle. He can get out and go with some comfort, and he has very big legs. That second place out of the first class is going to be reserved.
Champion Market Duroc Hog exhibited by Witten Harper with the reserve champion by Molly Gowan. Let's go ahead and bring forward our Class 6 Hampshires. Class 6 Hampshires. Bring them up, please.
A great way to start off our Hampshire show. Young lady in front of me is going to win this class, and I thought it only took a couple steps for me to realize that this one's probably going to be my class winner. When they come out of the gate and have that kind of skull shape, that kind of forearm in terms of its density, and yet when you step back and get on the profile view on this guy, that one still has an awesome hip and rear leg. When you have all three of those things, that immediately comes to the top. When you get right behind this guy, does he overwhelm you in terms of his body shape there in the center portion of his cavity? No, but I think he's got more than enough, there to use him to win. He's still bare. That's good in terms of the shape out of the backside of the shoulder. He's still very, very stout out through his hip. At the ground, he's square, he's comfortable, he's loose, and very, very dense. I think a very good bear here to win this class. Most of my time studying came down between 2 and 3 because both these barrows are very similar in terms of the kind they represent. They're both hongs that are good in terms of their body shape. They're round, robust there in their rib cage. They're big back stout hip hongs. Between the two, I thought the young lady there in front was the sounder option. The young lady with the darker colored shirt, when we asked them, you said in motion, that bear is a little bit longer in terms of his hip, which allows him to use his hind leg with more fluency and comfort. He's one that up front is probably a little bit neater in terms of his throat latch and how he hooks it there in top portion of his cage. He's still good in terms of his shape, still good in terms of his body cavity. Compare him back to my class winner. He doesn't have, though he's neater looking, I wish that barrel I did have a neater skull. He's a little bit longer face for me at the ground. All that power up high doesn't match there on the surface as he's a little bit small there in terms of his bone work, but in terms of one that's round body, very, very sound and good in terms of his lines, I do appreciate that. The barrel is going to be third. It's probably one that's maybe a little bit better compositionally for me. I mean, that barrel is really, really fresh. He's rolled up in terms of his back. That barrel's wide between his eyes, very, very stout out through his skull. But when I step back off and study it too, I got a little bit more problems with this barrel's design from the side. He's one that's a touch shorter in terms of his hip, and his tail head sits a bit lower there towards his body. The set that he has to his honk is a little bit extra there. So when we asked him to go, his hip and hind leg gets a little bit more mechanical and a little bit more uncomfortable on the go. Up front, that barrel is just a little bit more upright there, and his shoulder just a touch. But still, it's going to ultra picky and a very genuine kind of barrel that comes with a lot of muscle shape. Young man's barrels are going to round out the class. I absolutely love at the ground. That thing's got big, big feet. He's still comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He's got a wild look up front. Just need more to him. That barrel gets pretty skinny there in the center portion of his body. He's a little bit more dried out there through his heart and flank. And so when we compare him back to 2, 3, and 4, it's just too flat and too shallow for me to get him out of fourth. But man, that thing's got big legs, neat look, nice hind leg. Just give that barrel maybe a little bit more time on feed, and I think we get him full as a heavyweight. He could be pretty good.
Placings for Class 5. In first place, Sarah Foster. Second place, Caden Staling. Third place, Lucy Staling. And in fourth, William Gorliss. Let's go ahead and bring forward our Class 7 Hampshires. Class 7 Hampshires. Bring them up, please.
A very good class we have here, and I think we got 3 or 4 barrows that all bring very strong attributes to the table, but at the same time, there's parts and pieces that you wish you can change. And I think depending on where you put your priorities, you can kind of go a lot of different ways. For me, the one that just checks the most boxes for me is the young lady in the cheetah shirt there on the far side of the ring. She's going to be my class winner. That barrel, I thought, with him being a little bit deeper in terms of his heart and flank than another one, better in terms of his front feet than another one, yet it can still get out and go with some function and comfort. He just checked most boxes, and just as we watched, all 4 of them drive across the ring from profile wise, I thought that barrel just balanced out the best. Up front, he's stout about his skull, but he's neat about his neck and ties it high on top side of a short body up front. Of the initial 3, I still think that barrel is probably one of the best in terms of his front feet. He's one that is very round and soft there in the center portion of his county, which enhances his balance there from his side. He's very stout about his hip and dense in terms of his rear leg. Set that barrel in motion, and I think that his hind leg is more than acceptable to use the wind. Going right away from me, he does kind of roll a little bit, a touch there on his rear leg, but I'm going to make the call that's good enough and use that barrel to win. Young lady's going to be second here right in front of me is one that, relative to the barrel that goes third, I think is just the better structured option. That barrel, he's got hair for days. He's big in terms of his forearm. He's one that, is comfortable in terms of his build. He's stout about his skull. Still good in terms of his muscle pattern. But every time I take a few steps off these hongs and study him, I had a harder time tying into this barrel because he is quite a bit drier there in terms of the center portion of his body. He's drier about his heart, drier about his flank. Compare him back to my class winner. He's a hong that doesn't tie his neck as neatly there in the top side of his shoulder. He looks like a barrel that is one that we're taking to the county fair for fun, but his more important days are down the road in terms of some of your bigger stock shows. Maybe holding on a little bit, but just today with him being a little bit drier there in the center portion of his body, I thought he was more logically to put him second. Though the barrel that's going to be third, the young man's done an incredible job of getting him a drove, and he's better there in terms of the center portion of his body. I love that barrel's silhouette from the side. He's so neat in terms of his look. I love his ear set and how his lays on him. He's a barrel that's stout in terms of his hip. Of the initial 3, I had the most issues with this one. Structure up front. That barrel is too flat in terms of his front feet. From the rear, his hip and hind leg, it's a little bit too east and west for me. And still, of the initial 3, I thought that barrel was probably still the flattest there in terms of the upper portion of his cage. But man, that barrel would take an awesome back jump picture with that thing's look. That one's his proportions, the design, and the young man, like I said, knocked it out of the park in terms of skin and hair on that barrel. Nothing to take away from the young lady's barrel is going to be fourth because I love this barrel in terms of his front feet setting. I love the density that he represents about a skeleton. He's so big in terms of the column and bone that he has at the ground. So big in terms of his skull shape. He's still rolled up in terms of his back and stand out through his hip. Of the initial 4, that barrel is the most vertical of the off the both ends of his skeleton. That one's a little bit drier there in the center portion of his body. Closes up a little bit coming at me, and so slid him into 4th. But I still think that's a high quality barrel. Just got into a high quality class. So let's give him a round of applause as she exits the ring.
Placings in Class 6. In first place, Allie Esser. Second place, Lexi Nelson. Third place, McCoy Scott. And in 4th, Peyton Paxson.
Another very, very good class, and for me, I thought it came down to a top pair between the two young ladies out here, and I wish I could combine both these barrows into one because I love the stoutness of one. I think another one can get around the ring a little bit more comfort. And I step back and study them. That's the barrel I'm gonna use, the one that's got a little bit more comfort. I thought the young lady in blue's barrel just got over that one's hip and rear leg with so much for reach and flex. As we watch both them drive across the ring from the profile, his rear foot reaches farther past that one's tailhead. He's still a barrel that's stout in terms of his hip. You get behind the two, actually think that barrel is probably a little bit better in terms of his body shape. He's one that's still big in terms of his back, sound about his skull. He's one that's got more than enough bone to, I think, to match his a mass up high. Still a barrel that's neat in terms of his look up front. Like I said, it's at the ground. I like that barrel better. Coming right at me, I really, really like the young lady in yellow's barrel, just because that barrel is awesome in terms of his skull shape. He's bigger in terms of his chest. He's better in terms of his form. That thing's holding water down his back, and he's still stout in terms of his hip. I love this one's hair coat. Young lady's done an awesome job in terms of skin and hair and getting this one presented. But as they both drive across the ring, kind of like they are right now, I had a harder time with this one, Skeleton. This one's very, very boxy, which I love, but that I probably at the end of the day, it worked to her detriment because she's short back, but at the same time, I think she's maybe a little bit shorter in terms of her hip. And so when we set her in that one motion, we get a little bit chompier and more uncomfortable out of her hip and rear leg. That barrow is a little bit more upright in terms of his shoulder and a little bit softer in terms of his front feet. So he kind of wants to paddle out of his front feet as well. Love this barrow's upper skeleton and just need to see that one get out and go with a little bit more comfort before I can get him any higher. Young man here right in front of me is going to go third here, and he's done an awesome job of getting this one presented. Awesome job in terms of showmanship. That thing is very, very comfortable when asked to drive it across the round of ring. I like that shape he carries up high. I thought this barrel was quite a bit stouter at the ground than my fourth place hog. He's one that doesn't have the look or design that my first or second place ones have. And then going right away from us, I wish that left rear was a little bit square from hip honk to ground. But in terms of the stoutness that he carries, the muscle shape that he has up high, and his skull shape, I thought he's a better third place barrel. And then young man there in his corner's got one that's maybe a little bit square going right away from us. One that's got a neat look up front. Him at the ground isn't stout enough. He's the barrel that's a little balder in terms of hair, a little bit smaller in terms of his foot. Gets a little bit tighter in his spine. He's one that proportionality is off on him because the longest part of his body is his spine, and he's short in terms of his hip and not good enough looking up front. But nice kind of bear here to round out this class.
Please bring forward your Class 8 Hampshires. Class 8 Hampshires, if you're not already on the way, bring them up, please. Placings in Class 7. First place, Kenley Scott. Second place, Lexi Nelson. Third place, Cooper Homan. And in fourth, Trace Kerr.
A very, very good class we have here. That the two young ladies here around in front of me is are one and two here. I took most of my time kind of trying to decide these two because both of them are quite a bit different in terms of what they offer. We got a one barrel that maybe ties his neck up a little bit higher on top side of his body. He's short in terms of his back. He's big in terms of his rear leg. He's one that maybe going right away from us goes a little bit more north and south. And we got another barrel here that's just a man in terms of the amount of power that one carries. That one's intimidating as he drives right at you. He's busted open about his chest. He's big in terms of his front forearm, big back, stout hip on this barrel. Going right away from us, maybe gets a little bit east and west, but at the same time, when I step back off these two and study them, what my deciding factor was, I thought the one barrel was quite a bit bigger in terms of his forearm and front foot, and I thought my class winner, his rear leg, just reached a little bit farther past his tailhead, and that's the young lady in red. That barrel is going to win this class, and maybe he's not as neat in terms of his look up front. He's one that it kind of gives me a optical illusion because up front initially I thought that barrel would be really, really soft in terms of his front feet, and he's got some cushion to it. But when you get up closer to him, I don't think it's as bad as I initially thought. Though I do appreciate my second place barrel being a little bit better there. My class winner I did think wasn't that bad in terms of his front feet up front. That barrel is quite a bit bigger in terms of his front foot and forearm. And like I said, that barrel just as we watch them both drive across the ring, I thought he reached his hind leg a little bit farther past his tailhead, and he's just very, very intimidating in terms of the amount of power and stoutness he has throughout his skeleton. And the barrel's going to be second. That barrel's probably a little bit safer in terms of his front feet. Like I said, he's stepping right behind him, and his hind leg does go a little bit more north or south. It tracks a little bit square. He's one that's awesome in terms of his hair coat. I probably prefer this barrel's head and how he attaches it to his body a little bit neater. He's one that still in his own right is good in terms of his body shape and muscularity. But when comparing back to my class winner, he's the one that's quite a bit smaller in terms of his front foot and front ankle. He's one that's, when we ask him to drive, maybe doesn't reach his hind leg as far past his tailhead. He maybe gets a touch choppier, just a touch. But still, both those barrels are very, very nice. I think depending on where you put priorities, you can kind of go either way. But very, very good 1-2 there. After that, I'm going to use the young ladies' gill here in the center ring. This barrel this gill, I like this one's moderation and stoutness that he has. Mean mug, big back, stout hip one that's still, plenty functional in terms of her skeleton when we asked her to drive. Compare them back to 1 and 2. That one's not as good in terms of a design standpoint, as his necktie is a little bit lower in terms of the shoulder. One that a little bit longer there. One that is one that is a little bit flatter there in center portion of his body. One as the drive wears on, got a little bit tighter there in terms of skeleton. That one is too soft in terms of his front feet, and we can see that as it drives across the ring. Gets a little more uncomfortable there. After that, I was going to use the young lady in the corner there in red to go fourth. I love that one's muscularity that she has. She's big in terms of her feet. She's one that's got a lot of genuineness about her, but at the same time, she's a little bit drier there in center portion of her body, a little bit rounder there at both ends of her skeleton. But I like that gilt's composition a little bit better than the barrel that's going to round out the class. Barrel that rounds out the class is one that's short back. That one's got a lot of genuineness going throughout a skeleton, stout skull, big back, stout hip barrel. A one that needs to be better up front. That barrel is too soft up front. Gets a little bit more jam packed in terms of his look. At the same time, wants to reach underneath himself a little bit too much and take an awkward step. You see that barrel be a little bit leaner compositionally for me, getting me higher. But a nice kind of barrel here to round out the class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placings for Class 8. In first place, Addison Scott. Second place, Ellie Scott. In third place, Sarah Foster. In fourth, Ella Qualls. And in fifth, Rihanna Stryker. We'll now be judging for champion Market Hampshire. This year's belt buckle donated by XL Business Brokerage from Matt Nelson. And the reserve champion bag and cup combo is donated by Matt Nelson at Prime Capital Investment Advisors.
Awesome set of class winners we have out here. I'll just go through and talk them really fast. That class one winner, I think, has such a bright future. That barrel skull shape is awesome. I love that one's hip and rear leg. Love the hair coat that he has. He's a barrel that comes out. He's still genuine in terms of his chest forward. I think out here with some heavier weight barrels, he looks a little bit too flat there in the center portion of his body for me. But I think that one has a very, very bright future. Young lady with the cheetah one's got one that's really, really neat to look at there from the side. Stout skull of the four out here probably attaches the neck, his neck the highest about his body. He's one that's really short in terms of his back and dense in terms of his skeleton. I like his muscularity on him. He's one that when we step back and study the rest of them, he's one that I had to question his maturity. He looks a little bit quicker there, and then going right away from us. That barrel kind of wants to roll on his toes just a little bit and get a little bit out there in terms of his honk. The barrel that the young lady in the blues guys one that I think does the basics very, very well. That one's a hip and rear leg, can get out and go with some comfort. Stout skull, neat looking one. I like where he's at in terms of composition. He's good in terms of his body shape and the body depth that he has. Really, really good and fresh in terms of his back shape. Up front, that barrel is a little bit softer in terms of his front feet. He's one that maybe it's just is simply puts us a little bit safer in terms of his kind, and that's I'm kind of using a negative way. It shouldn't be negative, but he's just not as stout or as burly as another one we have out here, and the one that wins out last class. This one's just kind of interesting, big to look at. He's very, very intimidating at every angle. He's big in terms of his chest. He's big in terms of his form. Ginormous back, ginormous hip. He's one that I wish he had maybe a cuter little neck on him, but we're in Texas, and that one's I always call good enough looking. If you want to say that barrel gets a little bit east and west going away, I can't disagree with it because he does. But at least from the side, he comes with a lot of range of motion. And we compare him back to my other class winners. He's the one that is quite a bit stouter than one. He's quite a bit rounder body than another one. He's a little squarer through his hip and better in terms of his lines than another one. So when we compare him back to the others, I think it's pretty easy. Young lady in red wins.
Go ahead and bring forward our first class of Dark OPB, Class 9. Class 9 Dark OPB, bring them up, please.
That second comes out and immediately comes in contention. I talked about that one as one that I love his skull shape. I thought his neck attached to his body a little bit higher there than in my champion. He's one that's his rear foot is still very, very dense. Maybe didn't have the forearm shape as my class winner. He's one that, or my champion. He's one that when we compare him to my champion, maybe it was a little bit safer going away from us in terms of going north and south, but maybe from the side didn't reach as far back in terms of his hind leg. But I still think his hip and hind legs a little bit more, still plenty functional. For me, when I step back and study him, the bear I think just in terms of the design standpoint comes together the best. The one that I think maturity wise is a little bit better. He's still a very, very genuine hog, and like I said, I still think he's plenty functional in terms of his skeleton. I'm going to keep that second place with my champion and be reserved.
Okay, for champion Hampshire Market Hog is exhibited by Miss Addison Scott, and the reserve champion by Ellie Scott. Okay, let's go ahead and ease up our second class of darks, class 10, dark OPB. Ease up, class 10, dark OPB, please.
A nice way to start off our dark AOB division here, and a lot of interesting parts and pieces in all these three of these pigs, especially the Burks and the Spawn. All four of these bring an interesting part or piece to their individual breed, either look, bone, or kind of design. For me, when I step back and study them, not I don't think any one of them's perfect out here. So it kind of comes down to which one. Just offers the most positives. And for me, that's the young man in the long sleeve shirt up front there, the bigger young man. He's going to win this class. And he's one, I'll be first to say, going right away from me, I wish that one maybe planted a touch square there at the ground, or maybe isn't as stout in terms of his bone work as a couple others. when we step back and study him, that barrel is easily the best overall balanced one in terms of how everything's laid in him together. About in terms of the proportions, he's neat looking. He's good in terms of the length of spine and length of hip. He's deep in terms of his heart into the flank, which enhances his balance there from the side. Sweet looking one up front. When we asked him to go, he's the one that stays the most collective in terms of his lines, but still comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He's a hog that's still plenty genuine coming and going. I just thought that one it was easily the easy way to say it was just the most complete one out here. Now the one that is very intriguing that's got some extreme pieces is the young man's Burke that's going to be second, and I'll be curious to see what this one looks like in a couple of months because that one's right there from being an absolute hammer. That thing's got a skinny neck, but hair for days. He's jet level in terms of his spine. He's good in terms of his bone work. I think this bear actually probably steps down on a bigger surface there at the ground. I do appreciate going right away from us. That barrel is square from hip pocket ground. At the same time, I'm evaluating them as they are today, and I had a harder time tying into this barrel because he is a touch more upright in terms of his angles. I read him being a little bit more far forward in terms of his shoulder. I didn't think he used his hind leg as comfortably as my class winner. And then the glaring issue between 1 and 2 is just his center body. That bear is quite a bit flatter there in terms of the mid portion of his body. He's drier there in terms of his heart and flank. So as a judge, when I step back and study him, he didn't balance up as neatly because he is drier there. But I still think that barrel is one that has a very bright future. I just don't think today his day in terms of being 12 o'clock. So I'm going to have to put him second here today. After that, use a young lady spot to be third. And then this barrel offers quite a bit of positives in terms of his bone work, his giant back, his big hip. He's one that's still comfortable and functional in terms of his skeleton. Big chest floor on this guy. When I step back and study him, I had a harder time tying into this guy's proportions, design. He's a little bit, all that muscle and power that he has up high just makes him look a little bit tighter in terms of his spine, consequently causes him look a little bit more rounder about his hip. He's a hog that maybe isn't as neat in terms of his look up front, but in terms of one that's got the meat potatoes and still square and functional in terms of skeleton, he's another one I think would have a bright future down the road. Just today, he's a little piecier here for me, so I had to put him third. Young ladies Burke is going to round that class is one I do like is practicality. That one's big back, stout hip, and really round bodied. He's one that at the ground just a little bit too soft there in terms of his feet coming at me. I wish was a little bit better there in terms of his knee. He's one that, like I said, just at the ground. He's just a little bit too soft there for me. Gets a little too round in terms of his hip. So we have Sorghum there in fourth, but let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Placings in Class 9. In first place, Zane Gowan. Second place, Lane Walker. Third place, Caden Staling. And in fourth, Sarah Rangel. Let's go ahead and bring forward Class 11, Dark OPB. Class 11, Dark OPB. Walk them up slow.
Incredible class we have here. The two young ladies spot barrows are ones that as soon as they came in the ring, I probably my jaw hit the ground because I don't know if I've seen spotted hongs have that kind of look and presence up front. I mean, these things are skinny necked and jet level in terms of their spine, but at the ground are still built like men in terms of the feature and density they have to their skeleton. They're individuals that you kind of just want to look at all day. If we're in the cattle ring, it'd be kind of like ones that you would like to have as front pasture kind of ones because they're kind of fun to look at. But as a judge, I got to pick one and two here, and even though they're both fun to look at, I still think there's one that's more logical to start, and that's the young lady here right in front of me. She's gonna be my class winner. I think it's logically because when they come right at you, that barrel's quite a bit better in terms of his front foot. Plants it a little bit square, more north and south. Get over top of the two. That barrel's more 12 o'clock in terms of the hydration he has down his spine. He has a more rolling turn to his upper cage and midrib. He set them both in motion, and I think both of them are more than functional out of their hip and rear leg. They're not by any means, super flexible or have a lot of fluency to their step, but both of them I thought were more than functional. There's just a little bit more to my class winner. But like I said, nothing to take away from my second place barrow because I still think this one has a bright future. I actually think this barrow's got the bigger front foot and forearm. This barrow's still neat in terms of his look. He's ginormous in terms of his rear leg. Up front, as he comes at me, he gets a little spottish in terms of his front feet. When I say spottish, a lot of spots want to turn their front toes in and point at each other. That's where my class winner was better. His toes were a little bit square. The sparrow kind of wants to put a little more pressure there on those outside toes. And the biggest glaring hole between two. Get on top of these two. This sparrow is quite a bit flatter there in terms of the upper portion of his skeleton. I actually do think his hind leg maybe has a little bit more motion and fluency to his step. He does need to be better, but that barrel is just a little bit skinnier here today. I still think if there's another show down the road for that guy, he'll have a bright future. Two very, very good ones. Nothing to take away from 3 and 4. I think in other classes, these two would have been contenders for class winners, but we got behind, in a class between two heaters, between the Burke and the Spot. I like the Spot to go third. That barrel just seemed like the more genuine option. He's bigger in terms of his chest. He's bigger back, stouter hip. Going right away from us, that barrel is still square in terms of his honk. From the side, he needs to be better in terms of how he's designed out through his upper hip and rear leg. He's one that's a little bit drier there in the center portion of his body. But in terms of just being a genuine one, that stout I really, really like. Love the silhouette on the Berkshire Hog that's going to round out the class. Tall shouldered, great in terms of his lines. He's super athletic in terms of his build. He's jet level out of the top portion of his hip. Coming and going, got a little bit more disappointing. The barrel that's the flattest in terms of his feet is also the narrowest in terms of his chest. He's a little bit flatter there in terms of his body. Wish he was maybe a little bit stronger there in his spine as well. It kind of dips just a touch, but that's getting ultra picky on a very, very good Berkshire Hog. Let's give him a round of applause as he exits the ring.
Placings for Class 10. In first place, Lila Bonert. In second place, Lila Bonert. In third place, Cooper Homan. And in fourth, Witten Harper. Go ahead and bring forward our Class 12. Class 12 Dark OPB. Bring them up, please.
A nice class we have here. The young man with the two whips in the middle of the ring is going to win this class. I think he does so pretty handily. I talk about a Berkshire hog that's wild in terms of his look up front, super stout in terms of his bone work at the ground. That thing's got big legs, and yet when we ask him to drive across the ring, I think he gets around with plenty of function to him. He's one that comes at you still very genuine in terms of his width at the ground. He's rolled up in terms of shape up high, stat out through his hip. Nice kind of barrel here to win this class. After that, as largely it was to use him to win, I think it was pretty easy for me to use the spotted hog for second here. This one, I think, relative to the Burke, that's going to round out the class. This is the more genuine option. When I mean my genuine coming and going, there's just more to this hog. He's wider in terms of his chest. He's bigger in terms of his back. He's stouter in terms of his hip. When we asked that bearer to go, I thought he got that around the ring with a little bit more comfort on both ends of his skeleton. For me to get him over the Berkshire, I do need to reconstruct how that one is out of his hip and rear leg. A little bit more upright in terms of his honk shape and a little bit shorter in terms of his hip. He's one that is a little bit lower there in terms of point of his shoulder as well. But still, that's a very good barrel. Nothing to take away from the young man's Berkshire gill. Love the front 2/3 of this gill. Stout skull, tall shoulder, rolled up in terms of her back. Really good in terms of her body shape. That barrel, that gill's dense in terms of skeleton. Young man's doing an awesome job of getting this one stuck out here just at the ground. I had some problems. That gilt is short in terms of her hip. I got some real issues with that one's rear ankle. A little bit too tight there. He gets that gilt too far forward in terms of her blade, and then coming and going. All that power up high doesn't match down low, gets too closed up in terms of her skeleton. So she's going to be third here today. But let's give him a round of applause. Young man did a great job.
Placings for Class 11 Dark OPB Market Hogs. First place, Cooper Homan. In second place, Jake Ingram. And in third place, Luke Palmer.
Only two here in this class, and I think both of them offer a tremendous amount of quality for opposite reasons. For me, between the two, I'm just going to use the one that I would call a little bit more the practical option and use the young man's bear here to win this class. And I say practical option because I think this bear is quite a bit better in terms of his body shape. He looks like an easier feeding one, which allowed him to be rounder body and better in terms of the depth he has to the center portion of his cage. He's a little bit more practical in terms of his build. As we watch the two drive across the ring, I think he gets the round of ring with a quite a bit more athletic skeleton. He's one that reads very genuine, coming and going. Is he this the wildest looking one? No, but he does the basic market hog fundamentals right, which gets you very far nowadays. So he's going to be my class winner. Now the wild one, I'm going to put second here today. This one so stout in terms of her skeleton, big skull, neat look, and awesome in terms of lines. I love the groove down that gilt spine and how exotic she is about her muscle But for me, when we step back off them, that gilt's just too vertical at both ends of her scalp. And the one that's the driest about the center portion of her body is also the straightest in terms of her shoulder. She's the straightest in terms of her rear leg. Coming and going, I got a little bit more disappointed as she's too narrow at the ground and gets flatter in terms of her body. But definitely a fun one to look at there from the side.
Placings in Class 12, Dark OPB Market Hogs. In first place, Jake Ingram, and second place, Sage Beckett. If we could go ahead and have the entire light OPB breed, all three hogs, all three classes come at once. Light OPBs bring them forward. We'll now be judging for our Dark OPB Market Champion. The belt buckle this year donated by T's Body Shop Sports Grill, Eric and Anise Ingram. And the second place reserve awards donated by Leslie and Lori Pressler.
A great set of class winners we have out here, but I didn't think I needed to take much time to pick my champion. I kind of knew it in my head before they came out. There's one barrel that just caught my attention extremely hard as soon as it came out of the gate. This thing's wild from the side. He's stout, but he's still very, very genuine. I think a very, very good spotted hog young lady right here is going to be our champion. That second comes out, immediately comes in contention. Similar kind of design on that barrel. I talked about him, maybe, he's one I wish had a little bit more to him here today. I think it comes down between him and the young man's Berkshire, heavyweight Berkshire hog. That barrel, I love his feature. I love his skull shape. He's good in terms of his roll and turn. He has a pie. When I step back off of him, I have a little bit more issues with how he's put together. He ties his neck a little bit lower in terms of his shoulder. He's a little bit off there in terms of his hip. And so depending on, where you put your priorities, that barrel does have maybe a little bit more to him. But for me, the one that I thought just matched my class went a little bit better in terms of a look and design standpoint. I think this barrel still, though he's a little skinnier, still very, very genuine. He's still big in terms of his bones. I think he just ties everything together in a neater package. He's the only spot here for reserve.
Good job, bud. Champion Dark OPB Market Hog exhibited by Lila Bonert, and the reserve also by Lila Bonert. If we could have our light OPB Market Hogs up, the entire breed, please. There's just three. Light OPB Market Hogs, bring them up, please. With single entries, we're going to give a first place in Class 13 to Cooper Homan. In Class 14, first place, Truett Harper. And Class 15, first place, Lila Boner.
Just three Chesters here, and so we're going to bring him out and just go straight to the champion drive. And I'll go through and just talk them all real fast. You know that the one that would have been in Class One is one that has a striking image in terms of how he's put together from the side. Awesome skull. I love his neck shape for a Chester hog. He's still big in terms of his form. Big in terms of his rear foot, everything blends together. Awesome from the side. He really utilizes his hip and hind leg with some comfort and reach. The young man that would have been in, I think he would have been in the second class, is one. It's very, very big back and stout hip. He's got a wild look up front. That barrel's, one at the ground. Got a lot of genuineness to him. And then the young lady that would have been in the third class has got one that's really, really basic. A good looking one that's good in terms of the center portion of her body. She's stout hip, one that when asked to go is functional in terms of her skeleton. For me, when I step back and study all of them, I thought there was one that, in terms of his silhouette and how he ties everything together, I thought he did the best. I think at the ground, he was the best in terms of his hip and rear leg motion. One that I think has a very, very bright future. The young man there that would have been our first class, he's going to be our champion. And then after that, between the other young man and young lady, just between the two, I just thought the young man's barrel was a little bit stouter in terms of his feature, a little bit more ready in terms of the shape up high with a neater look. So yeah, the young man's going to go reserve, and then the young lady would have been third overall Chester. So let's give him a round of applause. Very, very good set for only three Chesters.
This year's Light OPB champion belt buckle donated by Lemos Springs Farm and Fire, old Booger Staling over there. And the reserve champion gift pack donated by Craig and Susan Jackson. Champion Marcher Hog exhibited by Cooper Homan, and the reserve champion by Truett Harper. Let's go ahead and bring forward Class 16 Yorkshires. Class 16 Market Yorkshires. Bring them up, please. Go ahead and bring forward Class 17 Market Yorkshires. Class 17 Market Yorkshires. Bring them up, please.
A great way to start off our Yorkshire show. I think an easy place to start with a young man's barrel here right in front of me, and I think this barrel combines uniqueness but comfort of my second and third place barrels. That barrel's awesome in terms of his skull and how he ties his neck into his upper body. He still comes at me genuine in terms of his width. Good in terms of shape up high. He's one that I think utilizes his hip and hind leg with more than enough function and reach. A neat one to kind of study. After that, after that, I kind of went back and forth in 2 and 3, and I still don't know if I'm going to place them right. But just the one that I'm just more comfortable using today is the Young Man's Guild. And no, this one's not the freaky one. The third place barrels, while they're looking up front and bigger in terms of his form, I just thought this one was just the better kind of pig. And what I mean by that, that one's hip and hind leg is so much better than the third place barrel. That barrel or that gilt, I mean, this gilt comes at me so much more genuine about her kind. She comes at me good in terms of her chest floor, good in terms of her body counter. She's big back and stout hip. I just thought she got around the ring just so much better than my third place one. I know I'm giving up a uniqueness factor in terms of look and bone, but I guess you can just call me a Yankee back in the barn and tell me I'm dumb. Young lady that's going to be third. This one is awesome in terms of the pieces that he offers. He has the pieces of my class winner in terms of look, bone, and hair, but just doesn't do it in a practical enough package for me, at least right now, because that barrel relative to my second place hog isn't as good in terms of his chest or his forearm. And my biggest issue is this barrel honk and his reach out of his hip and rear leg has a similar kind of set and length to his hip as my class winner, which it wasn't great, but doesn't have just the bend or flex of his rear ankle and hock to allow him to get out and go with some comfort. Just gets a little bit more mechanical in terms of his movement. So I ended up putting them there third. After that, the young lady barrel here right in front of me is going to go next. That barrel, I think, is just a really dang nice Yorkshire hong. That one's big back, stout hip. Uses his hind leg with some function. I love the flag tail on this one. Up front, that barrel doesn't have the bone I'm looking for. It's a little bit smaller there in terms of his bone work. He's one that wants to close up in his knee attach. He's a little, though he's very, very level in terms of his hip, maybe works to his disadvantage as he gets a little bit touch, tighter in terms of movement because he's also got a little bit of extra set to his hung. A young lady that rounds out the class has got one that is great in terms of just being a balanced, complete one. That one's nice in terms of design, comfortable in terms of his build. But for me, it just doesn't have the power I'm looking for. That one was the flattest and narrowest one that gets a little bit crestier there up high. Gets a little crestier there up high. One that's a little bit softer in terms of his front feet, but one that just from the side, I think, just blends everything together nicely. Does a nice kind of bear here to round out this class.
Placings for Class 16 Yorkshires. First place, Witten Harper. Second place, Brody Baker. Third place, Lila Bonert. In fourth, Riley McIntyre. And in fifth, Isabella Caesar. Class 18 Yorkshires, go ahead and ease those forward. Class 18 Yorkshires, bring them forward, please.
A nice class that we have here, and for me, the younger man on the far side of the ring, Zuma, my class winner, and I thought that Barrow, not only does he have the kind of the unique factor in terms of his look from the side, he still comes at me very genuine in terms of the width he carries about a skeleton. You know, at least from the side, he gets out and goes with some comfort. And to his rear leg, he's one that's still stout about his school, big in terms of his form. He got more than enough shape on him. He's not perfect by any means. He's a bear that's a little skinnier there in the center portion of his body. I need to square him up there in the top portion of his hip, going right away from skits a little bit east and west. And that's why I thought it was maybe a little bit closer than I initially thought, because I really like the young man's barrel here and kind of the teal shirt here around in front of me. This one's just proportionality from his sides great. Everything matches good and balanced. He's very comfortable out of his hip and rear leg. He gets out of his front end with some comfort. He's one that still has plenty of dimension throughout his skeleton. I actually like probably where he's at body shape wise and body depth wise there from the side. Him with the extra depth of body and the squareness of hip actually allows him to balance up a little bit neater from the side in terms of his pieces. But that view coming out of me is not good enough. He's too close up in his chest. He's a little throatier there. I need to clean him there up in the bottom part of his jaw. He's one that's not as big in terms of his bone work as my class winner. And so just that view coming at me is what slid him into second here today. Just need to see that one come at me more like a man. After that, I thought 3 and 4 got closer between the two. For me, I'm going to use the young man's barrel here right in front of me to go 3. Thought that barrel just quite a bit stouter there at the ground. He's big in terms of his foot. He's bigger in terms of his form. He's denser in terms of his rear leg. Compositionally, I like him better. He's a bit leaner in terms of his kind, which allows him to have a kind of slicker throat. He's rolled up in terms of his shape up high. For me to get him up any higher, I got to change him out of his hip and rear leg. Gets out and goes a little bit more mechanical. He's a little bit softer in terms of his front feet as well. Young man's barrel there on the far side of the ring. I liked him in terms of how his lines are laid in him. He's level down his spine. He's level out through his hip. He's a barrel that, at the ground, is that, plenty athletic in his own right. But when we can compare him to some tougher competition, he's similar in terms of his hip and hind leg movement as my third place barrel, but at the same time is softer in all 4 feet. Softer in all 4 feet, and then get right behind him and kind of wants to roll a little bit there in those outside toes. And so slid that barrel into fourth, and then the young ladies barrel that rounds out the class. A neat pieces, a neat skull, big chest, really, really lean. in terms of his composition. He's big back. He's the straightest one in terms of his skeleton. He's a little bit more upright about his shoulder, a little bit straighter in terms of his honk, and while being a little bit drier there in terms of the center portion of his body. So slid him into fifth, but a nice kind of bear here to round out this class. Let's give it a round of applause.
Placings for Class 17. In first place, Lane Walker. In second place, Vance Osborne. In third place, Dax Staling. In fourth, Brody Baker. And fifth, Charlie Voss. Let's go ahead and bring forward Class 19 Market Yorkshires. Class 19 Market Yorkshires. Ease them up, please.
Only three in this class, and I think all three kind of sort themselves apart relatively easily for me. I think the young lady here in the bluish grayish striped shirt here wins this class. I thought so. She does pretty easily. That Gill is the best in terms of how her lines are laid in her from the side. She's one of the stoutest in terms of her bone work. Seal comb with so much dimension throughout her body in terms of the width she carries down her spine and the stoutness she has out through her hip. I think at the ground that yields more than functional in terms of her skeleton. Just a nice kind of yield here to win this class. After that, the young lady's barrel here right in front of me, I thought was easy to go second. He's another barrel that at the ground, has plenty of bone to him. He's rolled up in terms of his shape. He's a barrel that's good in terms of his skull. He's still square in terms of his view coming at you. I want to step back and study him. That barrel, maybe proportionality is a little bit off there because he's maybe a touch longer backed, but my biggest issue is he kind of wants to get a little bit rounder out there through his hip. Then his neck shape, I wish was a little bit neater. He's got one that's got a little bit more meat there in the top portion of his neck, a little bit more chunk there to the bottom portion of his neck, which makes him one that's not as pretty there from the side. But in terms of one that does the basics, in terms of some stoutness, pliability, and extra muscle shape, I thought that one needed to go over the young ladies barrel that's going to round out the class. Still the young ladies barrel that rounds out the class. That barrel in terms of the symmetry of lines from the side is nice. That barrel is very, very practical in terms of the center portion of his body. He's deep about his heart. He's deep about his flank, but it's not too much. That one's at least square coming and going. Just didn't read this one as being as much of a man as the other two in front of him. He's the one that's a little bit smaller in terms of his bone work, not as aggressive in terms.
Second place, Olivia Staling. And in third, Annalise Reed.
A little bit of a bigger class here, but ones that I think when we kind of stick with just build balance and just basic market hog fundamentals, I think they start to kind of sort themselves apart. And when we stick with those, I think the young lady there in the glasses here right in front of me, for me at least, becomes the most logical place to start. Is that barrow just the wildest, stoutest one that we've seen come through the ring here today? No, but relative to his contemporaries out here, that barrel is very functional in terms of the skeleton. He's, relative to his mass he has up high, I think he still has more than enough bone there at the ground. He's big back, stout hip, just from the side, everything, parts and pieces blended together very, very nicely. Like I said, relative to the barrel I used second, I just saw that one step down with quite a bit more bone. He's just a genuine good kind of market hog. Young man's up barrel here right in front of me is going to go second. Another one, I like the basics in terms of being big back, stout hip. He's deep in terms of center portion of his body. He can get out and go with some comfort. He comes at me still good in terms of his chest. Relative to my class winner, thought he got a little choppier there in terms of his movement, and then he at the ground isn't as he loses the advantage in terms of bone. So slid that barrel there into second. Young lady's barrel here right in front of me is going to go third, and that barrel's got a neat look. He's big in terms of his back. He's stout in terms of his hip. One that's big in terms of his chest. Need to see more to that barrel. He's too dry there in the center portion of his body, going right away from us. That barrel gets a little bit wider in terms of his honk, but I still thought he got around the ring in terms of reach and flex and better than her contemporaries. After that, there's this young lady in the bow there to go next. That hong's neat looking, good in terms of her lines. One that I thought, got a safe hind leg on her. It's square and it goes north and south. Get right behind him. I wish he had a little bit more punch to him. A longer toe barrel gets a little bit flatter there in terms of his muscle shape. The young man here to my right will go next. That one does have maybe a little bit more muscle right now in terms of the shape he has up high. That thing's big back and stout hip. At the ground's very, very dense in terms of skeleton. I had some structural issues with that one. That one's pretty straight off both ends of her skeleton, a little bit too short in terms of her hip. And then the young man's barrel that's going to round out the class. I think in one point in his life was probably a pretty fun one to look at. Big hair, big legs, neat looking, very, very stout skull. Looks like he's kind of sustained an injury there on that left rear. Doesn't want to get around the ring comfortably enough and kind of push his honk a little bit too far outside of his skeleton. And so, fortunately, we have to sort him down, but definitely one that's got some neat pieces to work with.
Hey, folks, I got just a bit lost here. I believe this is correct. In Class 19 placings, in first place, Reese Vulgaris. In second place, Vance Osborne. In third place, Reese Vulgaris. In fourth, Kinsley Berner. In fifth, Reese Vogt. And in sixth, Toby Voss. Complaints, we're going with it. Let's bring up Class 20 Class 20 Market Yorkshires. Class 20 Market Yorkshires, please. If I could have Kinsley Berner and Toby Voss step back to the ring just real quick. We'll get you your ribbons, please. And then let's go ahead and bring Class 21 Yorkshire forward.
Here in this last class of Yorkshires, I'm going to use the young lady there on the far side of the ring to win this class. I thought that was just the most genuine in Barrow, and that Barrow just comes at me the best in terms of his chest. He's the roundest in terms of his body. Leaves me the widest at the ground, but still square in terms of his honk. You know, that Barrow offers a lot of product in terms of the shape and mass he carries up high. Still neat looking up front. Nice kind of Barrow here to win this class. After that, a young lady here in the flower shirt is going to go next, and that Barrow is probably a little bit neater in terms of his look up front and how he ties it into his shoulder. He's one that's good out in terms of the top portion of his hip. I like how he's rolled up down his spine. He's down out through his hip. He's one that's still at the ground, is big in terms of his foot coming and going. I just wish that Barrow had a little bit more to him at the ground. He's just narrower in terms of how he's constructed. Consequently, causes him to be a little bit flatter in terms of his body, while also being the Barrow that maybe has a little bit more to him in the top portion of his neck. Then the young lady that rounds out the class has got one that is stout in terms of his skull. He's long in terms of his neck. He's dense in terms of his bone columns. Leaner and compositionally, which is good. But when we ask that Barrow to go in motion, he's a little bit straighter on both ends of his skeleton. A longer toed Barrow just doesn't want to get out and go with as much fluency to his step, all being a little bit flatter in terms of his kind. Nice kind of Barrow there around out this class.
Placings for Class 20 Market Yorkshires. In first place, Cheyenne Miller. Second place, Isabella Caesar. And third place, Amanda Locke.
Just a single entry here, but definitely one that doesn't disappoint in terms of quality. This one's good in terms of how the lines are laid in him. He's jet level down spine out through a square hip. I love the ditch that this one carries down his back. You can really see just the extra muscle expression that he carries up high. He's still square, coming and going. A nice kind of bear here to be single entry.
First place in Class 21 Market Yorkshires, Kinsley Berner. We'll now be judging for our champion Yorkshire, the champion belt buckle donated by Derek and Cheyenne Waltman, and the reserve champion gift pack by GMB Insurance.
A great set of Yorkshires we had out here. You know, a lot of numbers, but they didn't disappoint in terms of quality at all. You know, all these barrows out here at least cover the basics. The best at least in their individual classes in terms of ones that got some muscle, ones that got some width, ones that are comfortable in terms of their skeleton. For me, at least out here, there's two that kind of take the basics to another level in terms of being ones that are a little bit stouter in terms of their feature, a little bit neater in terms of their look, dense in terms of their skeleton. Between the two, I think there's one that's quite a bit more coordinated in terms of how he plants and grinds out of his hip and rear leg. And that one is the young man's lightweight barrow. He's going to be our champion. That second comes out, and I talked about that in that class. I just love how she covers the basics so well. She's awesome in terms of her hip and rear leg. She's genuine coming going. Got a big back and stout hip. Maybe relative to another one out here, isn't as neat in terms of his look up front. And isn't as stout in terms of his bone work. The other barrel that I thought, match my champion very, very closely in terms of design standpoint. I just thought going right away from us. I don't know. We're just getting a little bit tired. Behind leg is going a little bit more east and west, but stout skull, neat looking, big legs. Young man with the comb over here is going to be our reserve. Let's give him a round of applause.
Champion Yorkshire exhibited by Witten Harper and the reserve champion by Lane Walker. Crossbreds. Let's have class 22 crossbreds. Bring them up, please. Go ahead and bring forward Class 23 crosses. Class 23 crosses. Bring them up, please. Exhibitors, as we get into these larger classes, we're going to start pinning the bottom up. If you'll give the ringman a hand once you've been placed, put your hand up and help the ringman and the judge get you identified.
A great way to start off our crossbred show. A lot of different parts and pieces, and every single one of these barrows that came into this ring here for this class. There wasn't a perfect one by any means, so it kind of came down to you kind of have to pick your poison and figure out what you want to deal with, and which one just checks the most boxes. And I've kind of narrowed down to these three just based off, how they're put together from the side. They're ones that have some density to them. They're ones that are good in terms of their muscularity. But all three of these, I think, have a very, very glaring hole. And so I think, as a show judge, I think depending on who has the mic, you could go a lot of different ways. And I think I've had all three of these barrels first, and I have all three of these barrels third. And finally, what it came down to it, the one that I just thought if fit the mold the best in terms of what I've been doing all day, in terms of one that has the look from the side I'm looking for, but most importantly is genuine in terms of chest width, in terms of body cavity, in terms of width. This barrel that I'm used to win, I think, at the ground, it steps down on a true Bigfoot and stout foundation. He's one that, when you want to cooperate, right, and you ask him to go, I call him functional enough in terms of his movement there from the side. Going right away from me needs to be better. He gets a little bit east and west on me, but I think this is the one that's just the most genuine one in terms of his kind and highest quality in terms of the design standpoint. Is the young lady in blue. She's going to be my class winner here. She's this barrel. Like I said, the least amount of excuses for because he's way better in terms of his front feet than the black barrel, and he's way more three-dimensional than the belted barrel. And so I'm going to have to deal with that one being a little bit east and west going right away, and use his quality for everywhere else to win. After that, both these two barrels are ones that I love their skull shape. They're good in terms of they're designed. There's one that I wish had more to them coming and going. We're pretty closed up there at the ground, and that left rear on my second place barrel is just a little bit tighter. But this barrel is so much better in terms of his front feet quality, and he's a square going away. And that's the young lady's belted barrel here right in front of me. That one's going to be second. Now, I love that one from the side. His proportionality is great. His front feet are so much better than my third place hog. He's neat looking, good skull. I like his proportions. When she shows me the right side of this one's body, you kind of want to tie into this one because he gets out of his right rear really good. He actually flexes his right hock and right passion and reach. But now we can see on this left side, we're pretty, I don't know if we have an injury or a cracked foot, but that left toe just doesn't want to plant down comfortably enough. We get a little bit more upright on our toes, consequently causes her to take a little bit of an awkward step. But my biggest deciding factor is that view right there coming right at me. That one's not good enough. That one needs to be better in terms of his chest. That one needs to be better and more. The other one just needs to be more pulled apart throughout his skeleton. And, as a lightweight barrel, it may come further down the road. And if he does, that's going to be a dang nice barrel at one of those stock shows there in the spring because his proportionality, his bone work, and design is great. Like I said, this barrel is going to be third. Is a front feet away from being an easy place to win because he's stout in terms of his skull, he's long in terms of his hip, he's good in terms of his body shape. He's one that's still genuine at the ground. He's too soft-footed for me. He's softer in terms of his foot, consequently causing him to be lower in terms of the point of his shoulder. Going right away from me, gets a touch east and west as well. I love everything else about this barrel. Awesome skin and hair, awesome range of motion, neat kind of skull. Front feet just ain't good enough, so we're going to sort him third. Barrow comes out here next is one that I thought had a neat kind of look from the side. He's stout skull. He's good in terms of his throat latch. He's one that is good about his lines are laid in him. I think he's comfortable there out of his hip and rear leg. Him coming and going needs to be better. He's a little bit more closed up, a little bit plainer up high. Got a little bit extra set to his talk, and so it's kind of a little bit kind of takes a awkward look at it when we study there from the side. Barrow comes out here next is one that's big chested and round body and stout skulled. This barrow is dense in terms of skeleton. When I step back and study him, I read this guy as being a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity. He looks like one that's smaller in terms of his cannon bone. He's one that's a little bit softer in terms of his feet. And when we asked him to go, he's one that, maybe gets a little bit east and west going away. He's not a square out through his hip, maybe a touch far forward in terms of shoulder. But my biggest issue on him, I just thought he's a little bit quicker in his maturity. Similar things can be said about the young ladies bear coming out here next. I read this one being a little bit quicker in terms of his kind. His front feet are an issue for me. That one's pretty soft up front. That one's rear toes are pretty rough. We're longer toed. We're twisting our toes and kind of taking an awkward step. That barrel looks pretty low to the ground. Him being softer in terms of his front feet consequently causes him to be lower in terms of the point of his shoulder. He's one now that does pack a punch in terms of his back shape and his stoutness to his hip and density to his bone work, but one that's a little bit more low profile. I need to change that one's toes for me to get any higher. And then the young men's bear that rounds down the class is one that, or gilt that runs down the class is one that has so much power to her. Big chested, big back, stout hip one that's very, very dense in terms of his skeleton. Kind of gets a little bit too wide off both ends of her. A gilt that's a little bit drier there in terms of center portion of her body. It's just too out there going right away for me to get her any higher. But very, very good way to start off our crossbred show.
Let's go ahead and bring forward Class 23 crossbreds. Class 23 crossbreds, bring them up, please. Placings in Class 22. First place, Kenley Scott. The second place, Kenley Scott. Third place, Truett Harper. In fourth, McCoy Scott. In fifth, Witten Harper. In sixth, Wyatt Rue. And in seventh, Trip Werner. Class 23 crossbreds. Last call, 23 crossbreds. Ryan Lambert, pig number 38307. Ryan Lambert, need your pig, please. Last call, Ryan Lambert, pig number 38307. Got to show him to sell him. Bring forward class 24 crossbreds. Class 24 crossbreds. Bring them up, please. Another nice class of crossbred barrows, and kind of like the first class. There's lots of things that you like about each one, but you kind of have to pick your poison and see and decide what you want to deal with. And when I step back and study them, I thought there's one barrow that I thought an easy way to put it, he's the most ready today. I thought he got around the ring with some comfort. He's one that comes and goes with a lot to him, and that's the young man's barrel here right in front of me. And I'll be the first to say that barrel is plenty soft on his pasterns, and that's the one thing that's holding me back on that barrel. But when we step back and study him, his softness to his pastures don't really hinder his movement at all. He can still get out and go both ends of his skeleton with some comfort. He comes out, intimidating in terms of his chest. He's really round in terms of his body. He's stout out through his hip. He's dense in terms of his bone work. I think relative to the barrel that I'm going to put second, this one's quite a bit better in terms of the angle to his shoulder. It's quite a bit better in terms of his chest, and it has more to him in terms of the center portion of his body. Now, a barrel that I think isn't quite ready today, but I think will be very, very good come February, March is the young lady in red. She's going to be my second place barrel. Love this barrel, skull shape. He's tall shoulder, big rear leg, and earlier in the dry, I was able to use it with some comfort. Leaves me square from hip hop to ground. It's got some density to his bone work. Stout about his skull. When I step back and study him, that barrel gets pretty far forward in terms of his shoulder. Watch the pair of them come right at me, and that barrel's quite a bit, though he's square chested, I appreciate, isn't as robust there in terms of his chest floor. He's a little bit flatter there in terms of his body right now, a little bit drier there in terms of the center portion of his body. Just looks like that this isn't his endpoint. His endpoint's further down the road, but I'm judging them as they are today. So I'm going to have to put that barrel second. If he just had a little bit more to him, I couldn't easily ran with him and deal with his straighter shoulder, but I'm going to slide him here in second here today. Nothing to take away from the young ladies' barrel is going to be third, because this one does the basics very good. Big chest, good in terms of body shape,
comfortable in terms of his skeleton. I thought of the three, this one was the least intimidating one. This one was, didn't have as much of the bone work as one. This one's also a little bit softer in terms of his foot size. One that is stout in terms of his skull. But just a nice kind of bear to go third. I just didn't see him being as intimidating in terms of his views or in terms of the structure that he has underneath himself, but just a nice kind of bear in terms of his body shape, in terms of his structure, in terms of the width that he carries. Young lady's bear is going to come out in fourth is one that from the side has things that you like. He's stout about his skull, nice in terms of his lines. He's stout out through his hip. Coming at me needs to be better. He's a little bit narrower in terms of his chest, flatter in terms of his body. Though I do think his hip and rear leg has some function to it. It doesn't reach or flex as I would like. He's got some extra set to it. He's a little puffier there in terms of a front portion of his hock, and so kind of makes his hip and rear leg look a little bit more mechanical. And when he has to drive and going right away from us, gets a little bit more east and west. And the bear that rounds out the class is one that he is very, very big chested, neat looking, got a big back, stout hip on him. Just when we ask that bear to go, gets too vertical at both ends of his skeleton. The bear that's the longest in terms of his toes, just too far forward in terms of his shoulder, a little bit tighter in terms of his hock. But that bear, I'm sure, would take a very, very cool picture of the backdrop. But nice class we had there. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placings for Class 23 crossbreds. In first place, Truett Harper. Second place, Addison Scott. Third place, Lexi Nelson. In fourth place, Lexi Nelson. And in fifth place, Emily May. While we take a second here, folks, I'd like to just kind of remind everybody, exhibitors, we're going to ask you to go ahead and clean your pens up when we're finished here. There are wheelbarrows, shovels, and rakes available. Get your shavings out as best you can, and then we will get the rest cleaned out and leave it for the sheep and goat people. Clean your area and help us out as we try to get out of here this evening and set up for the next show. Everybody do your part. We sure appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead and bring class 25 market crossbreds forward. Class 25, bring them forward, please. Not a huge class, but still some high quality individuals here. I think they kind of sort themselves pretty easily for me. Young lady's calico headed barrel wins, and it wins so pretty handily. That barrel has got an awesome look from the side. I love his design. He's still a barrel that's genuine in terms of the width he carries throughout a skeleton. He's dense in terms of his forearm shape and circumference to his rear leg. Ask him to drive across the ring. He can get around the ring with so much comfort and ease. Very good barrel here to win this class. Nothing to take away from the young lady's black-headed barrel. It's going to be second because I love how fresh this barrel is. This barrel's fresh in terms of his hair coat. He's got big, fresh back in him. He's stout in terms of his hip. I love where he's at in terms of feel. He's got the right kind of feel through his heart, center body, which enhances his bounce there from the side. It's just in terms of his structure there at the ground, I had a little bit more problems with him because he's a touch softer in terms of his front feet because he is a little bit far forward in terms of his shoulder. He's quite a bit smaller in terms of his bone work relative to my class winner. And there at times it gets a little bit more east and west and uncoordinated out his hip and rear leg, but definitely a neat skull, neat looking one. Young lady's done an incredible job of getting this one skin and hair to perfection. After that, I'm using the young man's skunk headed barrel here right in front of me to go next. This barrel I thought was quite a bit denser than my fourth place hog. He's big in terms of his form, he's big in terms of his rear leg. Get on top there too, and I thought this barrel came with more muscularity down his spine, out through his stout hip. At the ground, he's too soft in terms of his feet, gets a bit rounder out of his shoulder, but nice kind of barrel there. Be third. Fourth place hog, is one that coming to go and appreciate how square he is at the ground. Is good in terms of his body shape. He's one that is nice in terms of how his lines are laid in him. Up front, that barrel is a little bit more jammed up in terms of his face and a little bit more of his neck. He's one to get right behind him. I wish he was a little bit more aggressive there in terms of the muscularity that he carries around his body. At the same time, he's one that's a little bit shorter about his hip as well. But nice kind of hog. We'll give that young man a round of applause as he exits the ring. Placings for class 24. In first place, Ellie Scott. Second place, Sarah Foster. Third place, Gunnar Carpenter. And in fourth, Riley Taylor. Class 26 crossbreds, bring them forward. Class 26 crossbreds, bring them up, please.
A very good class we have here, and I think a logical place to start with the young lady in black there in the center ring. Yeah, that barrow commands your attention as soon as he comes into the ring. Not only because he's the shaggiest one out here, because but because he has the skull shape I'm looking for. He's good in terms of his lines. He's big in terms of his legs. He can get out and go with plenty of athleticism and comfort. Just the design standpoint, I love everything about him coming and going. He doesn't blow you away by any means, but he still has more than enough width at the ground. He's rolled up in terms of shape, leaves you very, very square from hip hop to ground with plenty of width there at the ground. Good barrel here to win this class. I think 2, 3, and 4, I think could go a lot of different ways, depending on where you want to put your priorities. For me, the one that just it suits me next best in terms of the genuineness factor is the young man here with the blue speckled barrel there on the far side of the ring. I thought relative to my third place barrel, there's just more honk in that guy. And then relative to my fourth place barrel, I thought this one was way better in terms of his feet and in terms of, or at least his rear feet, in terms of his coordination there from behind. You know, that barrel comes at me with enough width through his chest. He's round in terms of his body. It's very, very stout out through his hip. Up front, that barrel needs to be better in terms of his front feet. And, he's a little bit tighter there in terms of his rear ankle, but he still utilizes his hip and rear leg with a lot of comfort and a lot of reach. And overall, he just combines everything a lot smoother than 3 and 4. Just a nice kind of bear here to win this class. Belta Barrel, I love from the side. He's one that is awesome in terms of proportions. I love the density he has to his bone work. He's long in terms of his hip. He can get out and go with so much comfort. He's still neat in terms of his skull, tall about his shoulder. He's one I thought about putting in second, but just coming and going, I didn't think there was enough to him. That barrel is a lot more closed up at the ground than I would like. It's just he's quite a bit flatter when you get on top of him. If that barrel just was a little bit more three-dimensional, he can easily be up a one more spot. I was just too disappointed coming and going. I just wish that barrel had a little bit more. Love him from the side though. Blue barrel is going to go fourth. He's got some neat pieces about him. He's stout skull. He's long neck. Big legs on this guy. I love his hair coat that he has. At the ground, he's soft in terms of his front feet and rear feet. My biggest issue is he step in right behind this guy. He's not coordinated enough. His hind leg and it kind of swings, east and west and kind of gets all over the place. He hooks up his rear leg a little bit too wide there into his stifle joint. If this barrel was just a little bit better in terms of his feet, a little bit more coordinated, he could also have worked himself out because he's neat looking, stout skulled, and he got a lot of hair on him. Barrel comes out here next, a slick looking one up front. He's rolled up in terms of his shape. He's stout out through his hip. At the ground, maybe one that is also needs to be better in terms of his feet. He's a little bit softer there, not as dense there in terms of his front ankle. Coming right at me, this longer face sparrow is more closed up in terms of his chest, going right away from me. He gets a little bit wider there in his hamloin, or it gets wider there in his stifle joint. Gilt comes out here next, is one that I do appreciate that she's square coming and going. Just wish she had a little bit more to her. She's a gilt that stout skull. She's one that got some shape to her. At the ground, I wish she had a little bit more width. My biggest issue is from the side. That gilt needs to be better in terms of how she's proportioned. She needs to be longer in terms of her hip. She needs to have a more flexible hind leg. It needs to be more laid back in terms of his shoulder. Then the barrel that rounds out the class. Young man does a great job giving him Joe. He's one that, he's got some fun pieces about him. He's big-legged. He's long-necked. Neat kind of skull on him. I got some troubles with him at the ground. The longer toed barrel is a little flatter in terms of his front feet. Stepping right behind that guy. He's too wide in terms of his honk, and he at the same time he's wider in terms of his honk, but also kind of fades out through his stifle in terms of a muscle standpoint. But definitely one that's got some fun pieces to look at. Let's give him a round of applause.
Placings for Class 25. First place, Molly Gowan. Second place, Cooper Homan. Third place, McCoy Scott. Fourth is Brody Baker. And fifth is Molly Gowan. And sixth, Kendall May. And seventh, Sean Gorliss. If anybody has a gray F-250 parked on the new addition to the cattle barn, we're blocking an entry there. We got a gray F-250 on the new addition of the cattle barn. We're going to need to have that truck moved, please. Class 27 crossbreds, ease them forward. Class 27 crossbreds, bring them up slow, please.
A nice class we have here, and I think it comes down to the two young ladies over there to my left now. Those two barrows, I thought, relative to the contemporaries, offered the most in a package in terms of they're both good in terms of how they balance up from side. They're dense in terms of their skull shape. They're big in terms of their view coming at me. Between the two, I thought there was one bear that had just a little bit more to him in terms of center portion of his body. Both these barrows I didn't think were perfect in terms of the structure, but I thought my class winner was a little bit more consistent in terms of how he moved out of his hip and rear leg, and it had a little bit more comfort, at least early on. That's the blue barrow. He's going to win this class. I thought when I got right behind the two, I thought the blue barrow had a little bit more to him there in terms of the center portion of his body, in terms of how he's put together in terms of hip and rear leg standpoint. Here towards the end, he's getting a little bit tighter, but I thought he hooked up his rear leg a little bit better there in terms of his into his stifle joint. I thought he kind of consistently moved out his hip and hind leg with a little bit more comfort and ease. Up front, that barrel is a little bit softer in terms of his front feet, but so is my second place barrel. But that barrel I thought was just a little bit nicer there out of his hip and rear leg. Though this barrel, I love his skull shape. He's big in terms of his chest. He's stout out through his forearm. He's got a big rear leg. He's one that was a little bit flatter there in terms of the center portion of his rib. I thought he's a touch wider there in terms of how he hooks up into his stifle joint going away. You can tell as he plants and drives off his rear, he kind of wants to plant a little bit more in terms of his that right rear toe. And as the drive wears on, he kind of is helping with that right rear. He kind of starts to kind of hinge and take an awkward step. I think it's because he kind of hooks his hind legs too far up into his stifle joint where he wants to be a little bit. I'm a little bit more out there in terms of his step, but definitely one that's got neat pieces. Him up front too, I think needs to be better. Both those barrows aren't good enough in terms of their angles for the shoulder and front feet. I just thought the blue barrow was a little bit safer in terms of his hip and rear leg. It was a little bit rounder there in terms of the center portion of his body. Between 3 and 4, I just thought the third place barrel, the belted honk here, just gave me a higher quality look there from the side. The belted honk is taller in terms of the point of his shoulder. He's better in terms of how he collects himself from the side. He's stout in terms of his skull. Coming and going, that barrel needs more to him, and that's why it was a little closer decision because that barrel is a little bit flatter in terms of his body. He's a little bit narrower there at the ground, but when we step back off him and study him, that barrel's higher quality look is what gives him the edge. Though the blue barrel probably has a little bit more to him right now. He can get over top the two, and he's big back and stout hip. He is good in terms of his body shape. I had a harder time tying into this guy there from the side because he's softer in terms of his front feet. He's a little bit tighter there in terms of his rear ankle, a touch rounder there on his hip. So with all those factors, and you step off him, he just looks like he kind of runs out hill and doesn't collect himself good enough for me. So I decided to slide him in fourth. If you think he should have been third, I can't disagree with you because that bear does have the advantage in terms of body shape and muscularity. The bear that comes out here next is one that is good in terms of his lines from the side. He's tall shouldered. He's one that's stout out through his hip, and he's good in terms of his body shape up front. I need to clean him up out through his neck. He's too closed up there at the ground. I thought he used his hind leg a little bit more mechanical, where he's got some extra set, but doesn't reach or flex it as comfortably enough. But just a nice kind of bear there to go fifth. The belted gill that comes out here next is one that I do like how she gets around the ring. I thought she was very, very comfortable in terms of how she plants and drives. She's one that's got some width to her from the side. That big gilt's is too off in terms of her hip. She's a little bit rounder there, a little bit drier there in terms of the center portion of her body, a little bit crestier there in terms of how she ties her neck into her shoulder. Belted gilt that comes out here next. I love the power and mass that she has. Big chested, round bodied one. Her hip and rear legs not good enough. The gilt that's a little bit rounder out of her shoulder. It's way too round out of her hip, and she kind of wants to reach underneath herself, drop her pins. That gets uncoordinated in terms of her movement, but it's got a lot of power, which I really, really like. Blue gilt rounds out the class as one that's got a neat look about her, really lean and muscular about her, kind of big in terms of her density. That one's a little bit too one-dimensional, coming and going. That one's a little flatter down where at the same time you step behind the longer toe gilt. That right rear kind of wants to push a little bit farther outside of her skeleton and step off her, and she's also a little bit straighter about her structure. But very nice class we have there.
Placings for Class 26. In first place, Lila Boner. Second place, Addison Scott. Third place, Allie Esser. In fourth, Hayden Bump. In fifth, Danielle Tejeda. In sixth, Leslie Lopez. In seventh, Abigail Brown. And in eighth, Ella Qualls. Exhibitors, we're in our final class of crosses. If you've got champion and reserve champions, go ahead and make those ready. Don't bring them up yet, but we're in our final class of crosses, so be thinking about bringing your champions and reserves back soon.
Nice class we have here, and I step back and study them, and the one that I think just fits the mold the best in terms of ones have been picking all day, in terms of ones that got some feature to them, got are right in terms of their balance and their designs from the side. I think still have a lot of utility to their hip and rear leg is the young man's dark-headed barrel here right in front of me. And relative to 2 and 3, maybe this barrel isn't as burly there in terms of center portion of his body, but I think he gets the round ring quite a bit better than the blue barrel. And then I think relative to the belted hog that's left out here, this one just better in terms of how he's put together design standpoint. This one's neck attaches smoother in terms of shoulder. This one stays more collective down his spine. This one utilizes his hind leg with more flex and reach and comfort. I think up front, a little bit softer, that's for sure. He's a little bit flatter there, but in terms of the mold I've been picking all day of a design standpoint and feature standpoint, I thought that one just, was the best option here. After that, I'm going to use the young lady's kind of chromed up barrel there to go next. And, this is one that I really like how genuine he is. He's big chested, round body, stout skull. His front feet and comfort are quite a bit better than the blue hog. But when I step back off him, he's kind of odd in terms of a design, in terms of a design standpoint, because he's not. It doesn't tie his neck in as neat in terms of his shoulder. He's quite a bit smaller there in terms of his bone work, a little bit shorter there in terms of his hip. Doesn't have the fluency of a hawk motion and rear joint motion as I like. Though I do think it's functional, but just doesn't fit the mold I've been picking all day. Though I love a big chest, round body one, just doesn't have the bone or doesn't have just the type and kind of a design standpoint. And so I slid that one into second, but I can surely see another judge switching that pair. Blue Peril on the stand, I really, really like. He's stout skull, he's big back, he's stout hip. I love how the angle he has in terms of his hock and rear leg and the length he has to his hip. I think if we're judging him on the standstill, he could maybe work himself up a spot or two. But when he asks this barrel to go, he's too uncomfortable in terms of his front feet. A barrel that's softer in terms of front feet, it looks like we probably got a crack in that dew claw. So when we ask that barrel drive, he's just not comfortable enough in terms of where he steps there at the ground, all while being quite a bit smaller there, his front ankle and form. A nice kind of barrel with unfortunate circumstances, just doesn't get around the ring as comfortably I like to see. The barrel comes out here next. I really like from the side. He's tall shouldered. He's big legged. He's one that got some comfort to his skeleton. He's too one dimensional. That barrel that he comes at me too closed up in terms of his knee. He's the flattest there in the center portion of his body, and that flatness carries all the way back out into a flatter stifle, all while being a little bit rounder in terms of his hip. But I prefer his skull shape and I prefer his bone and his look over the barrel that's going to go next. Still the barrel go next, kind of like our decision we made between 1 and 2. Though this one, I do like this one being big chested and round bodied. This one is good in terms of his muscularity. I just had a harder time tying into this one from the side. He's a lower fronted barrel that's a little bit longer in terms of his head. He's a little bit rounder in terms of his hip. And we stepping behind him, kind of ties his hind leg a little bit wider there in terms of the stifle joint, but nice kind of barrel in terms of the meat potatoes that he offers. Same thing can be said about the young man's blue-eyed barrel. Really, really round bodied, big bodied barrel that's big backed. He's got plenty of muscularity out through his hip. I don't like how he's proportioned from the side. The longest part of his body, the longest part of him is his spine. He's too jam packed up front. He's too jam packed out through his hip. Then all that mass up high doesn't match down low, which throws him off balance there from the side. But definitely a nice kind of barrel in terms of market hog fundamentals. Let's give him a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Placing for Class 27 Market Crossbreds in first place, Trace Kerr. Second place, Sarah Foster. Third place, Lane Walker. In fourth, Kyla Lindsley. In fifth, Elsie Sheehan. And in sixth, Luke Zunker. We'll now be judging for our champion Market Crossbred, the belt buckle donated by Clyde and Kathy Culver, and the reserve champion bag and cup donated by Venetian Marble and Granite in memory of Scott Madem by Clint and Kim Burney.
A great set of class winners we have out here. Maybe relative to some other breeds, maybe they don't match up as similarly as I like. But crossbreds come into a lot of different shapes and sizes, and I try to pick the one that checked the most boxes in each classes. And so maybe not all of them fit a certain mold, but at least for the most part, all of them in class were ones that were genuine in terms of their kind. They're at least comfortable in terms of their skeleton. They got some bone work. They got some look. When I step back out here and set them, there's one that hit me very, very hard in class. I love how this one's put together from the side. This one's hip and rear leg is awesome. He's big in terms of his bones. He's got a neat look, blade forward. Maybe one that coming and going, I wish had a little bit more punch to him, but I'll make the call. He's got enough to him and use the young lady in black there to be our champion. It's a little bit tougher here for reserve. Kind of like I mentioned before, picking my champion. Just a lot of different parts and pieces, and you kind of have to, I love things about each one of these barrows, but all of them kind of have a hole that you have to, live or die about. And for me, there's two barrows that have the look and feature that I'm looking for. In my mind, it comes down to the lady with the bronco-headed barrel and the young lady that wins the first class. Both those hogs have the mold I'm looking for in terms of design standpoint. Both those hogs are stout in terms of their skull. They're big in terms of their forearm. They're ones that are still genuine, still coming and going. One that there's between the two, or I guess the one, the calico, is a little bit shorter in terms of his hip. The other barrel on the far side range, he kind of wants to be a knothead, gets a little bit east and west from behind, and so you kind of have to pick and choose. Where you want to stand in terms of that. For me, the one that I think brings the most extras, I think, relative to the other one, probably has a little bit more body shape to him. One that's they got such a neat skull, and I think still from the side, plants and jives with enough range of motion. My second favorite is young lady in the blue. She's going to be reserved.
Champion Market Crossbred exhibited by Molly Gowan with the reserve champion exhibited by Kenley Scott. All right, exhibitors, we're going to bring back our champions and our reserve champions. We've got our breed sorted. Let's bring back our champions and our reserve champions of the breed. We'll be judging for the grand champion of the show, the banner donated by CNC Show Pigs, Chuck and Tony Ely and Chris and Lori Homan, and the reserve grand champion banner donated by Staling and Walker Garage. Folks, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt, put your hands together. Kendall County brings the best pigs to any show. We're fixing to go to majors, and y'all started it off right here. Exhibitors and families, give yourselves a hand. We just put them together. We're going to pick the tops right here. But we bring the competition. It comes out of Kendall County. You guys do it. Let's bring back our champions and our reserve champions. Also, let's give our ring help a hand here. Been sorting these pigs out, putting them in the right places, keeping the pigs in the show. Give all the volunteers that put a stock show together. Give them a hand as we bring back our champions and reserve champions to finish out our market show. Exhibitors bringing up your champions and reserves. If you're picked 1 and 2, we're going to have you hold in the holding ring where the banner is for drug testing. Champion and reserve of the show, I need you guys to stick around behind the holding pins immediately following this. And then we'll be announcing numbers for market showmanship. We'll do market showmanship. You'll be listening for those numbers before we take a short break and go into breeding. Breed champions and reserve. Let's have them back, please. Let's move this forward, please. All right, folks, we've got our animals. Showtime. Champion Duroc, exhibited by Witten Harper. Champion Hampshire by Miss Addison Scott. Champion Dark, OPB, exhibited by Lila Boner. Champion Light OPB, exhibited by Cooper Homan. Champion Yorkshire, Witten Harper. Champion Cross, Miss Molly Gowan.
A great set of champions we have out here. I've been to Texas a few times to judge, and come down here. I didn't expect anything less in terms of quality. I mean, all our champions out here look like ones that are good today, but ones that I think at that show down south, about 30 minutes away, could be very, very good there. And these champions all kind of for the most part meet a similar mold in terms of ones that have the wow factor in terms of a design standpoint from the sign, but they're still built like men in terms of toughness to their skeleton. They're ones that at least are comfortable in terms of their design. All of them are ones that I think have some outlier pieces, and so I think in my mind all day I had to keep in the back of my head that this is a county fair show. For the most part, for the county fair show. So the couple of ones out here are lightweights in terms of their kind, but I thought they're the best ones. However, some of the tougher decisions, and when there was more higher quality animals, I had to remember this is a county fair show, so it's based off of what they are today. I thought there was a few barrows that are left back to the barn that I think have a very, very bright future, but maybe a little bit skinnier here today. So just because you got beat there at the county fair doesn't mean that they're not good pigs. I think some of those hongs back to the barn just give them a little bit more time, and they could be very, very good down the road. But judging them how they are today, and I think these six are the six best ones in their individual breed, and it comes down to a pair of them. And I go back to the statement I just said. This is a county fair. We're judging them at they are today, and there, I think between the pair of them, there's one just as a little bit more to them. There's one that comes at me with a little bit more aggression. There's one that's a little bit more intimidating in terms of the amount of power that he carries, in terms of the center portion of his cage and the amount of power he leaves you with. Yet he's one that we set him in motion. Everything goes north and south. Everything is very, very comfortable. He may not be just the wildest looking one, but I think that Hampshire's the best one. Let's give a round of applause.
2026 Grand Champion Kendall County Junior Livestock Show is a Hampshire exhibited by Addison Scott. We'll now bring the reserve champion in, exhibited by Ellie Scott.
That reserve champion comes in, and that there was a one that in class or in Division Two, or just one that was hard to pick a hole in. He comes at you genuine about his kind. He's good about his skull. He's short back. He's one that has some function to his hind leg, at least going north and south. Maybe doesn't have the length of his hip or the fluency to his step out, his hip and rear leg, but does a lot of the basic things very, very good in a stout package. I thought there was another barrel out here that ran with my champion very, very hard. This one, I thought, relative to another one out here, was able to utilize his hind leg with a more true flex in terms of his honk and ankle. He's one that's got a stout skull, neat look. I love this barrel's design from the side, but coming and going. I wish this one just had a little bit more to him to be a champion here in Texas, but that's still a very, very good pig. Young lady's blue bear is going to be reserved.
Reserve Grand Champion Market Hog is a cross exhibited by Miss Molly Gowan. Congratulations, exhibitors. Brought one heck of a show to us this morning. We're now going to roll right into our showmanship. We'll start with our juniors. When you hear your number called, you'll need to bring an animal back up to the holding ring and compete for showmanship. We'll start with our juniors, going to be our elementary exhibitors, then intermediate, then senior. Take a short break and move into breeding. Junior showman, you will have an X on your number. Junior showman with an X from elementary. I need exhibitors number 281, 292, 277, 275, 287, and 264. Junior exhibitors with an X. Exhibitors number 281, 292, 277, 275, 287, and 264. Get you an animal ready and bring it to the holding ring, please. Intermediate exhibitors, be ready. Once I have hogs in the ring, I'll call your numbers. Intermediates, I'll call you when we have hogs in the ring for juniors. This year's champion junior showman buckle is donated by Foy and Jackie Osborne of FO Foundations. And the reserve champion gift pack, Prime Capital Investment Advisors, donor Mr. Matt Nelson. Last call, 6 exhibitors for junior market showmanship. 281, 292, 277, 275, 287, 264. Exhibitors, we have the thank you cards set up here for your champion and reserve champion awards. There is a thank you card that goes with it. You guys come pick that thank you card up, get it filled out, fill it out well. And then once it's turned in, the ladies here will take your letter and give you your awards to take home with you today. pick up your thank you card and make it a good one. Folks, we've got sponsors and donors out here. They come every year. They support these awards, and you guys take them home. Give them some sincere thought on your thank yous. Attention, intermediate showmen. Here's your numbers: 271, 872, 291, 300, 290, 273, and 279. Intermediate showmen, 1 mark on your numbers. Middle school exhibitors, number 271, 872, 291, 300, 290, 273, and 279.
A great set of showing we have out here, and we're a younger age, and so a lot of different experience levels on all these individuals out here. And I kind of like doing showmanship, after the show because I kind of have an idea already going into it who some of the better showmen I saw, and our champion here today I thought did an awesome job during the show. He's doing a good job out here. Had a great set of pigs all day. The young man in the kind of long sleeve black shirt there. It's going to be our champion. And then reserve. I'm going to use the young man with the spotted hog right for here in front of me. I liked his control on the pig. He did a great job with eye contact and just spatial awareness of where I'm at. Did a very, very good job. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Junior showmanship champion, Mr. Lane Walker. Junior reserve champion, Mr. Jake Spoon. Last call, intermediate showman, number 271, 872, 291, 300, 290, 273, and 279. Intermediate showman. Last call, intermediate, 271, 872, 291, 300, 290, 273, and 279. Okay, we're going to judge 6 out of 7. Okay, attention, senior showman. Here's your numbers. Senior showmanship numbers 276, 284, 850, 265, 289, 288, 285, and 849. Senior showman. Senior showman numbers 276, 284, 850, 265, 289, 288, 285, and 849. Bring them up, please. Intermediate champion award is given by Cheryl Holland, and the reserve champion award given by Sunny Oaks Pet Resort, the Barber family.
Great set of intermediate showmen. As you can tell, ringside, the experience level has jumped up quite a bit here in this division. You know, all these showmen do a great job of getting their honks stuck and getting them to cooperate appropriately. What kind of sorts that my champion reserved up towards the top is just their consistency of being able to stay in front of me and show me multiple views. And my biggest thing is I really like the aggressive nature they have in terms of eye contact, in terms of getting their hogs drove, but without doing it too much. And so my two exhibitors are the best there. I'll do a quick honorable mention in terms of I thought some exhibitors that I thought needed at least a decent shout out, like the young man. He's not going to be first or second today, but he was in contention there. He did a great job all day. Awesome set of pigs. He does an awesome job in terms of getting them ready in terms of skin and hair. He just kind of used the whip a little bit too much. That pig wanted to fight a little bit too many times. Had to pay attention to where he put the whip at and not where I was at. Similar things to be said about the young lady in blue. She did an awesome job. Came out of the gate extremely hard. That barrel started wanting to fight a little bit two times, kind of causing her to use the whip a little bit harder and get a little bit farther there outside in the circle. For me, it comes down to the young lady with the black head barrel and the young lady with the calico barrel. And both those two, I thought, we're the most consistent in terms of the entire time being out here, doing an awesome job in eye contact, awesome job with spacing, doing a great job navigating themselves throughout the crowd. I always say showmanship's kind of like being a point guard on a basketball team. You got to see the holes before the holes open up, and these two did the best in terms of shooting the gaps and be able to kind of show me a rear view, side view, and profile. The one, my champion, I thought just showed me more chest and rear on a more consistent basis. I thought she came out of the gate very, very good. For me, my champion is the young lady with the calico headed barrel. Reserve's going to be young lady with the black headed barrel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Intermediate showmanship champion, Miss Ellie Scott, and the intermediate reserve champion, Miss Sarah Foster. Last call on senior showmanship, 276, 284, 850, 265, 289, 288, 285, and 849. Senior showmanship awards, the champion is given in memory of the late Pee Wee Spinrath, and the reserve champion showmanship gift pack is donated by Brandy Quinn with the Phyllis Browning Company.
A great set of senior showmen. I knew all these individuals in the show. I thought all of them did a very very good job. A similar thing as I'll do it in the as I did in the intermediate division. The young lady in red, I'll give her honorable mention. She did an awesome job getting them stuck during the show. Out here, the showmanship class, her partner just doesn't want to tango. That bear just kind of been being hard headed and kind of giving her some fits, and so I know she's a very, very good showman, but just in this showmanship setting with that barrel fight, and I kind of have to keep her out of my champion reserve. For me, it comes down to a pair of exhibitors I thought were the most consistent in terms of always staying on a similar pace, doing a great job in terms of eye contact in there. Their barrels head up and keeping good eye contact for me. The one person that I thought was just a little bit more aggressive in terms of showing me views is going to be my champion. Young lady with the spot's going to be my champion, and then the young man right here is going to be a reserve. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, for senior market showman, the champion is Miss Lila Bonert, and the reserve champion, Mr. McCoy Scott. All right, folks, we're going to take just a second, dress the ring, take a quick break, and then we'll go ahead and get into our breeding show. It's not real big. It will roll quick. I understand some of you market exhibitors are going to try and load tack and things like that. Please be aware of the breeding showmen that are still working. Give them the alleys and make sure they're able to get their animals to the ring. And please do continue to clean up your pens and things like that. But we do still have a show going on. Folks, if you are parked in this back parking lot, like second row here, we'll have families trying to back trailers into this back door and along this building. If you're in this second row here, kindly move those vehicles so we can get our exhibitors home and get animals fed and get ready for the next species and the next show. Trying to get out of here today. So those vehicles right here in front of this back door, please go ahead and move those. Okay, folks, we're ready to get started with our breeding show. We're going to start with our Durocs. If we could get our ring help and everybody back over here, the judge is ready to start looking at gilts. Let's go ahead and bring forward our first class. Class 1 Duroc. Let's bring him forward, bring her forward, and go ahead and bring Class 2 behind it. Folks, I haven't forgotten about him. I just haven't said anything. Devin Sisk is here doing the photography. Come back here, take advantage of the backdrop, and get some shots of your animals. It doesn't matter what place they were. We're proud of you for being here, and you're proud of your animal. Come get some pictures on that backdrop and have some memories with your project and your family. Devin Sisk is here, and they'll give you a card and all the information and stuff you need to get those photos ordered. But come get some memories back here in the back of the ring. All right, folks, we're going to start our breeding show for 2026, starting with our Durocs. We have Class 1. Let's have Class 2 Durocs. Class 2 Durocs, go ahead and bring them up.
Just a single entry here in this first class of Duron Gilts, but one that doesn't disappoint at all in terms of quality. I mean, that one from the side. Once that young man gets out her head up, really collects herself with and shows off her awesome silhouette. She's tall about the point of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her spine. Jet level out of her hip, and yet when he asks her to drive, can still get out and go with some comfort. A nice kind of gilt here to be single entry. Let's give him a round of applause.
Class 1, first place, Vance Osborne. Let's go ahead and bring forward Class 3 breeding Durocs. Class 3 breeding Durocs. Bring them up, please.
Just two here in this class, and between the two, I just prefer the young lady's purples. Gilt silhouette better there from the side. I think that Gilt's a little bit neater in terms of her throat latch and ties it up higher on top side of her blade. She's great in terms of how her lines are laid in from the side. She's one that's a little bit softer and deeper there in terms of into her heart, into her flank, which allows her to bounce up a little bit neater there from the side at the ground. She's one that I would call functional enough in terms of her skeleton. If I'd be nitpicky, wish I could relax her just a touch in terms of her angles, but that's still a very, very good female there to win this class. Now, my second place skill probably has a little bit more fluency to her step when asked to drive. She's got a little bit more flex to her hock and ankle, and she, gets out and goes with a good amount of range of motion. This skill to still one that reads burly in terms of her upper cage. When we step back off her, I just wish that gilt had a little bit more depth to her body, allow her to have a little bit more maternal look to her than up front. I couldn't get past that one's head and neck. Got a little bit extra meat there on top side of her neck. Got a little bit of extra chub there on lower side. Just not really ladylike up front. But in terms of one that does the bakes, is very, very good. A nice kind of gilt here to be second.
Class 2 breeding gilts and Durocs. First place, Lila Boner. Second place, Cadence Staling.
Here in this class, I can kind of emphasize what I just talked about in the last class. My class winner, I just prefer her silhouette better. The young man's gilt's going to win here, and that gilt just ties everything together in a neater kind of package when we study them there from the side. She's got a stout head and a longer neck that ties higher on top side of her spine. She stays more lax in her spine all the way out into a leveler hip. At the ground, she's a gilt that still steps down with a good amount of substance to her skeleton. She's one that come to go, and I wish maybe had a little bit more width in terms of her knee and her chest, and when you said her emotion, I wish she had a little bit more fluency to her step. But let's get an ultra big, a nice kind of gilt. The gilt is going to be second here today. I really like the center portion of her body. She's really round in terms of her upper rib. She's deep in terms of her heart and flank. She's functional in terms of her skeleton. But however, she just seems rounder on both ends of her skeleton. She's a little bit rounder out of her hip. She ties her neck lower into her shoulder and looks rounder out of her shoulder. But a gilt that I like her basics, but doesn't have just the look from the side I'm looking for. But very, very good kind of gilt there to be second.
Last three breeding Duroc placings: in first place, Cooper Homan. In second place, Abigail Brown. We'll now be judging for Duroc Breeding Guild Champion. The belt buckle donated by Angela and Craig Collins, with the reserve champions gifts by Venetian Marble and Granite in memory of Scott Madem by Clint and Kim Burney.
Nice set of class winners. All these, all three of these kind of fit a similar mold in terms of ones that, got some stoutness to them. But I think in terms of the proportions and how they bounce from the side, all match very, very good. What I think what sorts the three is that my champion, I just think at the ground is so much better than the other two. My champion Gilt, I think, kind of gets out her hip and rear leg with so much more reach and comfort. She's a Gilt that still has plenty of body shape to her. She looks maternal in terms of center portion of her cage. She leaves me plenty square from hip hop to ground. I'm going to use the young man out of the first class here to be our champion. Let's give him a round of applause. After that, but between my other two class winners, I think the one that just comes together a little bit neater package, I think comes at me with a better chest is the young lady in the purple shirt. She's going to be a reserve. Let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, the Duroc Breeding Guild Champion is exhibited by Vance Osborne, and the reserve champion by Lila Boner. If we could have our breeding Hampshires forward, please. Breeding Hampshires, let's bring them forward. Molly Gowan, if you've got your breeding Hampshire, we're gonna show all three. Go ahead and bring her forward. Folks, the classes are a bit smaller. We're going to kind of go through and we will show all three of our Hampshires. Basically, as a championship round, but we have three first place exhibitors. The champion Hampshire Breeding Guild belt buckle donated by Matt and and Deanna Siemens, and the reserve champion gift packs by Venetian Marble and Granite in memory of Scott Madem, donated by Clint and Kim Burney. With Class 4, first place, Miss Sarah Foster. Class 5, first place, Miss Molly Gowan. Class 6, first place, Mr. Luke Palmer. Go ahead and bring forward Class 7 Dark OPB breeding gilts. Class 7 Dark OPB breeding gilts. Bring that class forward, please.
A great set of class winners in all three of these were single entries, so we just brought them in, and I'll just go through and talk all three real fast. The youngest gilt out here is one that is very, very stout in terms of her bone work that she has. She's a short-backed kind of Hampshire hog that really comes at you with a genuine kind of view throughout her chest floor. She's one that's stout in terms of her skull. The young lady that won the second class is one that I love her silhouette from the side. She's neat in terms of her look up front. She's one that's really maternal there in terms of the center portion of her body. When we ask her to drive, I think she gets around the ring very, very athletic. The young man that would have been won the third class is one that I really like the productivity of this Hampshire hog. This gilt is very, very big bodied, and she's good in terms of her body shape. Stat about with her skull, a nice kind of Hampshire gilt there. For me, it comes down to the 1 and 2 for our champion reserve. Two gilts that couldn't be any more different in terms of their type and kind. We got a boxy stout one. We got one that's a little bit neater looking there from the side. And as I step back and study him, a gilt that just fits a little bit more my speed in terms of one that I think is a little bit neater in terms of her look up front. I think one that gets out of her front end with more reach, and I prefer the set and angle and length to her hip just a touch more. And so for me, I'm gonna use the young lady's middleweight Hampshire to be our champion. I'm gonna use the boxy lightweight or youngest Hampshire gilt here to be reserved. Let's give him a round of applause.
Champion Hampshire Breeding Guild exhibited by Molly Gowan, with the reserve champion Hampshire Breeding Guild exhibited by Miss Sarah Foster. Class 8 dark OPB breeding gilts. Go ahead and bring that class forward. Class 8 dark OPB breeding gilts. Bring those forward, please.
Nice class of dark AOBs, and for me, I'm gonna use the young lady in the purple on the far side ring with the gilt that kind of wants to be a little bit not had to win. I think that gilt's one of the better looking gilts in terms of look, but I think she utilizes her hind leg with the best function out of any of the gilts out here. When she wants to cooperate and drive across the ring and get her head up, everything comes together very collectively. She has some fluency into her joints, her rear ankle and her rear honk joint, where when she plants and jives, she still reaches that hind leg far past her tail head. Coming and going, that gilt's still very genuine in terms of the width that she carries, and very round in terms of her body, yet still leaves me square from hip hop to ground. I think a nice kind of spotted gilt here to win this class. After that, I prefer the young man's Berkshire gilt here in front of me to go second, relative to one to go third. I just like this one's design a little bit better. Neat skull, skinny necked one that is good in terms of his pattern from the side. That gilt, relative to the one I put third, I think is actually longer in terms of her hip. Going right away from me, I like the width that she carries, but still being square. For her to move up a spot, I need her relax her a little bit in terms of her shoulder. I wish her rear leg has had a little bit more flex to it, but that's a gilt that on the stand would take an incredible picture because she's stout skull, big chested, awesome about her lines, got a big tail and a soft center. Nice kind of gilt there to win this class. An interesting breeding piece is going to go third, and that's the young lady in blue there in center ring. This one here is one that's a neat in terms of her look up front. She's big in terms of her chest, round in terms of her body. Very, very stout ended kind of spotted gilt. For me, I had a little bit problems with just her feet up front. She's a little bit far forward in terms of her shoulder and a little bit more upright on there on her toes. And same things can be said about her rear end. She gets too tight ankled for me. When we asked her John, she kind of wants a knuckle over there on her rear pasterns. Kind of causes her to be a little bit off there in terms of how her pin set's laid onto her body. But definitely a stout one. That's got some neat pieces to work with. Young man's Berkshire here, Ryan Putnam's going to go next. I really like this one from the side. She's neat looking. She's big in terms of her bones. She's very comfortable in terms of her skeleton. For me, that gilt up front, maybe a little bit far forward in terms of shoulder, isn't as aggressive in terms of her shape up high and going right away for me. Kind of ties her stifle, kind of ties her hind leg a little bit wider into her stifle joint that I like. So she's wide up high, but kind of closes down low. So slider in the fourth. Then young lady's Berkshire gives her a round out of class. Cool looking one with a very, very big back. She's good in terms of her width. On that power up high, I didn't think matched down low. A little smaller in terms of her foot size, a little bit tighter in terms of her build, but still a neat gilt there to round out this class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placings for Class 7 in first place, Lila Bonert. Second place, Hayden Bump. In third, Wyatt Rue. In fourth, Brody Baker. And fifth, Isabella Caesar. Class 8 Dark OPB breeding gilts, need them here. And let's go ahead and bring Class 9.
I think this young lady is quite the spot enthusiast because that young lady in purple brings out another spot and hong. That's very, very good. This guild, similar to her barrow that she showed in the market honk shows, one, it's got a wild look and awesome kind of design there from the side, yet when that gilt comes and goes, she's still very genuine in terms of the width she carries, but square at the ground. She's a gilt that for a spot and hong to have that kind of look, still have that kind of power. You know, her hip and hind leg is one that I think is more than functional enough. Just a very, very good, high quality spot and hong here to win this class. I thought she got around the ring with a little bit more flexion and range than the young man's Berkshire that's going to be second here today. Berkshire Gilt here has got a wild look up front, and then you kind of wants to be a little bit faster in terms of the pace. Love her skull shape. She's slick neck, ties it high and top side of a really a broody center body, and she's big about her back and sound about her hip. Except at the ground, I think that gilt's awesome in terms of the density that she carries. Set her emotion. I wish we could make her a little bit more looser hinged. She's a little bit more upright about her shoulder, a little bit more mechanical in terms of how her hip and rear leg but a nice kind of gilt there to win this class. After that, I'm gonna go with the young lady spotted gilt here to be third. I think relative to the Poland gilt, that gilt's got a little bit more extension blade forward, a little bit more extension about her hip. You know, that gilt, I really appreciate it. The density and body shape that she offers. Really, really round rib, really big back, stout hip gilt. It's got a big, big tail. I like the flexibility and looseness that spotted gilt has, at least from the side. You know, going right away from me, kind of wants to get a little bit east and west and uncoordinated in terms of her step. You know, gilt that a relative to 1 and 2. I wish we could maybe sharpen her up a little bit in terms of her throat latch and make her look a little bit wilder in terms of her look, but in terms of powerful spot gilt. I really appreciate that. And then the Poland appearing guilds go round out the class. I think individually still a high quality animal. That one is big back, round bodied, stout hip. I got a big noggin on her in terms of the width between her eyes, the density of her skull. When we compare her back to our contemporaries, I read her as being a little bit more jam packed in terms of her up front. She's got a little bit more general look up front, and then her hip just gets a little bit too round for me. And so I want to sort her into fourth, but still individually a very, very good Poland gilt. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause.
Placings for Class 8 Dark OPB breeding gilts. First place, Lila Bonert. Second place, Zane Gowan. Third place, Lucy Staling. And fourth place, Lexi Scheit.
I had asked if it was a spot or Poland, and the young man let me know it was a Poland because, I thought as a spot, it's still a very, very good animal. But once we find out that this one's a purebred Poland, that takes it to another level because for a Poland gelding to have that kind of bone underneath her, but still be so comfortable in terms of her build, she's awesome in terms of the extension and look that she has up front. Super broody and deep in terms of the center portion of her body, which enhances her balance from the side. A very, very good female, no matter what her breed is, for a single entry. Let's give them a round of applause. We'll go ahead and get our class winners back out here.
First place in Class 9 is Cooper Homan. Now be judging for champion Darko BB Breeding Guild. The belt buckle donated by Lance Allercamp Farms. The reserve champion gift bag and cup donated by the Vote family in loving memory of Irma Macon by Dawn Macon Vote.
A great set of class winners out here, and all three of these individuals are super high quality in terms of how they're built from the side. They're ones that at the ground have quite a bit of density to their skeleton, but at the same time, they're ones that in their individual classes I thought had a lot of function to their skeleton. When we bring them all back out here and start nitpicking each one of them, we're nitpicking each one of them, we can kind of break down their structure a little bit more. Like the young lady that wins the first class, that gilt, still plants her rear foot far past her tail head, but at the same time, it has a little bit extra set to it. My biggest problem with that gilt coming right at me, she kind of wants to put a lot of pressure there on those outside toes and twist her front feet in. But and I still nice kind of gilt. A gilt that wins the second class. Awesome looking up front, and she has the right shape to her honk. But when we get in tougher competition out here, I really don't see her flex and use it as well as I like. Our readers being a touch, shorter in terms of her hip, and maybe a little bit more upright about her shoulder, but definitely a spiny gilt that's got wild pieces. And then we have the Poland gills, one that's got a very neat look up front. She's really round, neat, and good in terms of her body. Up front, that gilt needs to be better. She's a bit softer in terms of her front feet. I wish she came at me with a little bit better view. And so, depending on when you put your priorities, you can kind of go a lot of different ways. For me, the one I still think gets around the best in terms of reach and flex and utility to their hip and rear leg. She's a gilt that's got an awesome kind of look. She's one that's awesome in terms of her center body. I'm using the young man's pulling out of the last class here to be a champion. After that, between the two spots, the one that's just a little bit more fun to look at is that second class. She's going to be our reserve. Let's give her a round of applause.
Champion Darko BB Breeding Guild exhibited by Cooper Homan, and the reserve champion by Lila Bonert. All right, folks, we have a single entry coming in for the Light OP Breeding Guild. First place and champion is going to be Isabella Caesar, and that award is given by Larry Longbine of Sister Creek Farms.
Just a single entry here, but definitely one that has some neat pieces to bring to the breed. That gilt's got an awesome look, blade forward. She's one that's got a ditch going down her back all the way out to a very, very square hip. Like this gilt's body shape. She's good in terms of the roll and turn to her upper cage. She's a gilt that at the ground when we ask her to drive can still get out and go with a lot of comfort on both ends of her skeleton. Nice kind of gilt here to be our champion Chester gilt. Let's give a round of applause.
Let's bring forward Class 11 Yorkshires, Class 11 Breeding Gilt Yorkshires. Folks, I'd also like to mention that Craig and Susan Jackson had donated the reserve champion Light OPB Breeding Gilt awards. We just didn't have a pig. Class 12 Yorkshire Breeding Gilts and Class 13. Go ahead and make your way forward. Class 12 and Class 13. Go ahead and come forward.
Here in this class, there's only two of them here. I'm going to use the young man's skill here right in front of me to start and simply put this skill's just the starter option. At the ground, the skill's quite a bit bigger in terms of her foot size, form, and rear foot. You work up from there, and she's still giltless stand about her hip, really round in terms of her body. She's a gilt that maybe we can fix in terms of her front feet, but I still think she's the taller shoulder option. And then my second placed animal, I love her skull shape. That gilt comes out with a more intimidating view and throughout her chest for a good kind of gilt here to win this class. Nothing to take away from my second place gilt because this gilt does come with a little bit more extension, blade forward. I actually prefer her hip and rear leg probably better than my class winner. She has more true flex to her honk and pasture and good length to her hip. She's one that at the ground I wish would step down a little bit more feature. Like I kind of mentioned, she's too low in terms of the point of her shoulder, which throws off her design there from beside. Then coming right at me needs to be better. She's too closed up in terms of her knee, but still nice kind of gilt there. Be second.
Class 11 Yorkshire placing is in first place is Cooper Homan. In second place is Kyla Lindsley. Class 12 Yorkshires, bring them forward, please.
Here in this class. I like the young man's gilt here to win, and I think that gilt just gets around the ring with so much more reach and comfort on both ends for skeleton. When you step back and study it too, I think proportionality wise, everything matches a little bit nicer on his gilt than the young lady's gilt. She's a gilt that's long fronted. But not too long body. But most importantly, I think that gilt's quite a bit longer hip. We work down from there. She has more true flex to her rear pasture and honk. And so when we ask her to drive, she can reach the hind leg far past her tail head. Her body shape I prefer better as well. I think this gilt's bolder and deeper there in the center portion of the cage. She's gilt still neat in terms of her look up front. going right away from me. I wish that gilt tracked maybe a little bit truer, and that's where I like the gilt that's going to go second. Gilt's going to go second. Her hind leg does go north and south and stay square. She does step down on dense skeleton. Love her skull shape. She's got a big fat tail on her. For me, I had a harder time tying into this gilt there from the side. Proportionality is a little bit off. The longest part of her body is her spine. She's a little throatier in terms of the mount that she carries up front, and then she's a little bit shorter in terms of her hip, touch straighter in terms of her honk. And so when we asked her to step in motion, just doesn't utilize her hip and rear leg as comfortably as I like to see. But nice kind of gilt that's got some powerful pieces to work with as a breeding animal.
Placings in Class 12 Yorkshire breeding gilts. In first place, Brody Baker. In second place, Lexi Scheit.
Just a single entry here, but definitely a very, very powerful Yorkshire gilt. Love her skull and the extension she has up front. Her ear set's great. She's wide between her eyes. She's very, very dense in terms of her jaw. At the ground, that gilt's big in terms of her feet. She's dense in terms of her bone column. Body shape wise is awesome on this gilt. She's really got a lot of roll and turn to her upper cage, and she carries all that spread only out to her hip. A good kind of Yorkshire gilt here to be single entry.
Jake Ingram with first place in Class 13 will now be judging for Champion Yorkshire breeding gilt in the buckle donated by Nat and Sherry Matter, and the reserve champion bag and cup donated by GBMB Insurance. Okay, let's go ahead and bring back our purebred pedigree gilts. We're going to judge for our champion pedigrees first before we roll into our crossbred gilts. Champions and reserve. Champion and reserve pedigree, please.
A nice set of Yorkshire gilts. Can maybe don't match up as similarly as I like, but all three of these have a tremendous amount of quality, or at least the quality of pieces that they can offer to the Yorkshire breed. And as I step back and study them, the one that I think checks the most boxes for me in terms of being one that's genuine in terms of its kind, stout in terms of skull, good in terms of her body shape. One going right away from me, I think tracks a little bit truer than another one. Maybe I could nitpick her structure a little bit in terms of her front feet, and I wish she maybe had a little bit more bend to her honk, just a little bit. But I still think she's more than functional enough to use her true genuine power that she has. He's the young man's younger gilt there to be champion. That second place comes out and immediately comes to contention. I actually think her design matches my class 2 winner very similar in terms of being a neat looking gilt that's got a stout tail on her that can get out and go with some reach and range of motion. And between her and the one in the second class, I just think the one in the second class. There's more to her. That gilt's quite a bit rounder in terms of her body. She's better in terms of the height of the shoulder. She can get out and go with a lot of comfort and practicality to her skeleton. So she's going to be reserved. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Champion Yorkshire Breeding Guild exhibited by Cooper Homan, and Brody Baker had the reserve champion Yorkshire Breeding Guild. We'll now be judging for our grand champion pedigreed gilt, the belt buckle donated by Cheryl Holland, and the grand champion reserve grand champion pedigreed gilt, the award donated by Aaron and Jennifer Wiley.
A great set of purebred gilts out here. We weren't blessed with numbers, but I still think the quality is very, very good. You know, all these gilts in their respective divisions were ones I thought had a high quality look. They're good in terms of their body shape, brought some extra stoutness, but you know, at the ground, we're more than good enough in terms of their skeleton. Of the five out here, there's one that hit me very, very hard as soon as she came out of the ring or out of the gate as one that's got a wild look up front, awesome in terms of her body shape. I love this gilt hip and rear leg. She steps down on a great deal of bone. I think this Poland gilt is very, very good. She's going to be our champion.
Cooper Homan exhibited the pedigreed champion gilt.
The spot comes out and immediately comes in contention. I love the pieces that she offers. She's wild looking. She's genuine in terms of her kind. She's big in terms of her feature. Good in terms of her body shape. I think just kind of the over the time showing as she comes out here. I just wish she would get out and go with a little bit more comfort. She's a little bit more upright in terms of her shoulder, a little bit shorter in terms of her hips. So when we asked her to drive, we get a little bit chompier there in terms of her step. For me, I thought there was another one out here. Just when we asked them to drive, can get out and go with a lot of comfort on both ends of her skeleton. Yet she's one that, at least from the silhouette standpoint, everything matches in terms of the parts and pieces that she offers. She's neat looking, tall shouldered. She's good about her spine, but still good in terms of her body shape. Let me see, young lady Hampshire gilt for reserve. Let's give a round of applause.
It's Molly Gowan with the reserve champion pedigreed gilt with her Hampshire. Let's bring forward class 14 crossbred gilts. Class 14 crossbred gilts. Bring them up, please. Class 15 crossbred gilts. Go ahead and bring them up. Class 15 crossbred gilts. Bring them up.
Here in this first class of crossbred gilt, I'm going to use the young man's darker colored gilt here. That's now in front of me now to win this class. When comparing back to the gilt that is going to be second, I think this gilt's quite a bit better in terms of how her hips laid onto her body. Her tail head sits higher on top side of her body. She's a bit longer in terms of her hip. She has more true natural extension blade forward at the ground. This gilt's quite a bit bigger in terms of her front foot and form. After her set in motion, she still takes a long reaching shot on both ends of her skeleton. Nothing to take away from the young man's gilt's going to be second because actually as the pair going away from me, that gilt probably plants a little bit truer in terms of how her hock hooks up into her stifle joint and all the way to the ground. That's a big background body kind of crossbred gilt. Both these gilts came at me big in terms of her chest, but as they both come at me, you can tell that this gilt's quite a bit smaller in terms of her front foot and form. When I study them there from the side, her tail head sits a little bit lower in terms of her body. She's touched shorter in terms of her hitch, which caused her have to reach farther underneath herself when asked to drive. But still, a very high quality crossbred gilt there to be second. So, young man, round of applause.
Placings for Class 14. First place, Cooper Homan. And second place, Vance Osborne. Let's go ahead and have Class 16 crossbred gilts come forward. Class 16, go ahead and come up.
Here in this class, the young ladies guild's going to win this class, and I think as both these guilds come out, that guild just at the ground is quite a bit bigger in terms of the foundation that she has. I think that guild gets out and goes with more reach and comfort of both ends of her skeleton. Yet when you work up from there, that's the guild that's stouter in terms of her skull. She's neater in terms of her look up front. And as you watch her drawing right there, just she collects herself so good in terms of how her spine's laid in her and how she goes out through her hip. Good kind of female here to win this class. And nothing to take away from the young man's guild. It's going to be second. That guild, I love her hair coat. She's one that's really round in terms of her body. She's a guild that got a stout tail on her at the ground. She's a little smaller in terms of her foot size. She's one that's not as naturally extended blade forward, going right away from us. Gets a touch wider in terms of her honk. And we'll watch her drive across the ring. I didn't think I saw the reach or comfort that my class winner had, but still nice kind of guilt there to be second.
Class 15 placings. First place, Lila Boner, and second place, Trip Werner. Let's go ahead and bring forward Class 17 breeding gilts. Class 17 breeding gilts, bring them up.
Just two in this class, and honestly, both these guilds are somewhat similar in terms of how they're put together from the side. Both of them are tall shoulder, good in terms of their lines. They're ones that have some body shape to them. Honestly, both of them need to be better out of their hip. Both of them are a little bit too short in terms of their hip, consequently causing them both to take a shorter shine. Between the two, the calico guild just quite a bit stouter. I mean, at the ground, that guild's up bigger in terms of her foot size, bigger in terms of her density to her forearm and rear leg up front. That Gil has the more desired look that we're trying to strive here into the show ring. She's stout about her skull. Her ears are pinned back. She's carved out about her throat. that gilt just has the look I'm looking for. Nothing to take away from the blue speckled gilt, because that gilt coming at me is impressive too. She's square in terms of her chest. She's good in terms of her body shape. In her own right, has enough bone, but maybe comparing back to my glass winner is that not nearly as aggressive. My biggest thing is her look up front. That gilt gets a little bit more jam packed in general about her neck set and how it ties into her shoulder. But nice kind of gilt there to be second here today.
Class 16 placings. First place, Caden Staling. Second place, Danielle Tejeda. We are in our last class of crossbred gilts. If you've got your champion and reserve champion pedigree gilts, if they're ready, go ahead and bring those forward to go against the crossbred for the supreme gilt.
A nice way to round out our crossbred show. For me, I'm going to use the young ladies' blue budded gilt there on the far side ring here to win this class. I think not only is that gilt one of the densest ones there at the ground, but she still utilizes her hind leg with so much reach and comfort. Our center body cavity is more what I'm striving for here in the center. It's more what I'm striving for here in the show ring in terms of being one that's deep about her heart and flank and good in terms of her roll and turn, because with her being deeper in terms of her body, just enhances her balance just that much more from the side. Up front, she comes at me big in terms of her chest, and sound in terms of the skull. She's not perfect by any means. She's a little bit far forward in terms of her shoulder, a little softer in terms of her front feet, but I'll make the call that it's good enough and use the rest of her quality here to win this class. Nothing to take away from the young man's belted gilt. That's going to be second, because this gilt is big back and stout hip. She's got a dense rear leg, mean kind of mug on her. But when I compare them back to my class winner, I just didn't see I didn't see her hip and hind leg get as loose and didn't see her get out of her hip and hind leg as loose as I like to see. She's just a little bit tighter there. She wasn't nearly as soft or maternal there from her heart to her flank, so it looked just a little bit more terminal, just a tad. But definitely one that's short back, big chested, stout kind of skull. I still saw more power in the belted gilt than the white gilt that's going to round out this class. The white gilt, I do love just how high headed she is. That gilt still has some athleticism to her hip and rear leg. She's one that is good in terms of her body shape, but in terms of a design standpoint, we just need to change her up a little bit. She's a little bit jam packed up front, got some extra meat there on top side of her neck. She's one that at the ground doesn't match up high, though I like the width that she carries throughout her skeleton. At the ground, she's a little bit smaller in terms of her foot size, but nice kind of gilt here to round out this class.
Class 17 non-pedigree breeding gilt placings. First place, Lila Bonert. Second place, Cooper Homan. And third place, Emily May. We'll now be judging for champion crossbred breeding gilt, the belt buckle donated by Barrett and Bailey Allerkamp of Allerkamp Farms, and the reserve champion gift pack donated by GBMB Insurance.
A great set of crossbred gilts out here. All four of these, I think match a similar type and kind in terms of ones that have a high value look there from the side, or ones that are good in terms of their bone work, and at the ground are very, very functional in terms of their kind. More importantly, coming and going are genuine in terms of the amount of dimension they carry throughout their skeleton. For me, my gilt that is going to be my champion is one that I just think has the least amount of problems. Of the four out here, I think she's the best in terms of her front feet. I think she still comes at me big in terms of her chest. She uses her hip and rear leg with enough comfort and reach and squareness. Maybe it's not just massive back by any means, but I think she's still got more than enough dimension. The young lady in blue there is going to be my champion. That young man brings out his gill. I talked about her in class. I really like her body shape, but proportionality from the sign, she's a little bit off. The other gill out here that was in contention is one that's really stout skull. She's big hip, we got a big rear leg, and I still think she uses it good. She's one that maybe has a little bit more dimension throughout her skeleton, but I just couldn't get past her front end. If this gill was better in terms of her front foot and shoulder, it would have been easier win. But I didn't want my champion to be too soft in terms of front feet, but she still has too many positives not to use this blue gill here for reserve. So round applause.
Champion Crossbred Breeding Guild exhibited by Lila Boner, and the Reserve Champion Crossbred Guild exhibited by Lila Boner. We'll now put our pedigree against our non-pedigree for the Supreme Guild of the show. The Grand Champion Supreme Guild belt buckle donated by Barrett and Bailey Allerkamp of Allerkamp Farms. And the Reserve Grand Champion Supreme Guild donated by Carolyn Spinrath in memory of Pee Wee Spinrath. Okay, now we'll be judging for Supreme Guild. Cooper Homan with the Dark OPB Pedigreed Guild. And Miss Lila Bonert with the non-pedigreed Guild.
Awesome set of champions we have out here for our overall breeding guild. Before I pick my champion, just want to say thanks to everybody that put on the show here today. There's a lot of work that goes into coordinating this stuff and putting everything together. So make sure to you kids say thank you to everyone that's helped put on the show. And I want to say my thanks for inviting me down here. I don't get to come to Texas very often, but it never disappoints coming down. Awesome set of pigs we saw today. Awesome set of kids. I just wanted to give my thanks to all you guys coming out here and showing here today. Here in this champion breeding guild job. I mean, both these guilds are awesome in terms terms of what they offer. I mean, both them are have the hip and rear leg that I think we're striving for there in the show ring. They're ones that can plant and dry with some authority and comfort. They're ones that look maternal in terms of center portion of their body. They're ones that are genuine in terms of their kind. For me, the one I can make the least amount of excuses for is one that I think's just better up front. She's better in terms of her front foot, better in terms of you come at me. My champion here is going to be that crossbred. Let's give her a round of applause. That reserve crossbred gilt comes out, and she's pretty intimidating as she comes out. She's big chest, she's stout skulled, good in terms of her bone work. She's kind of got the same problem as my Poland up front. We're pretty soft in terms of our front feet, and when we get, and I do think her hip and rear leg is comfortable, but at the same time, she has just a little bit extra set to it. That Poland gilt, though, is one that is so dense in terms of her rear foot and bone. She really reaches her hind leg far past her tail head. She's stout in terms of her tail. She looks like a breeding gilt there from the side. Awesome looking up front. I'm gonna use that pole in there for reserve. Let's give that young man a round of applause.
Overall Supreme breeding gilt, Miss Lila Boner with her non-pedigree, and overall reserve champion breeding gilt, Cooper Homan with his dark OPB. All right, folks, we're going to jump into our junior breeding showmanship. Got three exhibitors in juniors: 279, 264, and 293. Junior breeding exhibitors: 279, 264, and 293. Champion junior breeding showmanship buckle donated by Jan Hunt, and the reserve champion gift pack donated by Jacob and Amy Staling. Intermediate showman, also three showmen, number 300, 872, and 848. Y'all can get ready. Intermediate showman number 300, 872, and 848. Y'all go ahead and come forward.
Great set of showmen out here. Not a whole lot of numbers, but I think the all three of the individuals do a tremendous job in terms of eye contact and control. For me, I thought there's one exhibitor that showed a little bit more control than the rest in terms of appropriately using the whip at the right spots in terms of trying to get this gilt's head up, hitting her on the side and not on the butt, but still keeping good eye contact. That's a young man in the blue here. He's going to be our champion here today. After that, I was going to use the young man with the orange color shirt here to be reserved. He did an awesome job in terms of eye contact and paying attention where I'm at. To sometimes hit the pig on the butt, and then nothing to take away from the young man with the Berkshire honk. She just kind of wanted to act a little squirrely out here, and showmanship's a two-man team, and his partner just didn't want to cooperate here today. So he still did a tremendous job. He did an awesome job with skin hair in that pig as well. So let's give him a round of applause. A good set of junior showmen.
Junior breeding showmanship champion Trip Werner and a reserve champion Jake Ingram. Intermediate showman numbers 300, 872, and 848. Last call. We have a class. Senior showman. There's going to be about 6 of you. 284, 247, 274, 278, 280, and 299. Senior showman, go ahead and bring them forward. 284, 247, 274, 278, 280, and 299. Champion intermediate showmanship buckle donated by Brandy Quinn with the Phyllis family, with the Phyllis Browning Company, and the reserve champion intermediate donated by the Vogt family in loving memory of Irma Macon by Dawn Macon Vogt.
Like I said, small numbers here, but all three of these kids did an awesome job out here, and even during the show out here, I thought there was one exhibitor kind of serviced himself to the top in terms of eye contact and positioning his pig towards the center of me to still show me a chest view, side view, and rear view. I thought he did a tremendous job. Young man here is going to be my champion. Between the other two exhibitors here, both of them did a great job in terms of eye contact and not getting their pigs too far worked up. I just thought the young ladies with a spot just show me a few more angles in the quick time we're out here. Nothing to take away from the young one, the Berkshire. He did an awesome job in terms of skin hair and eye contact. But just didn't stay in front of me as often as I like. But a good set of intermediate showing.
The intermediate breeding showman champion is Cooper Homan, and the reserve champion Lucy Staling. Folks, I've took a second to get this announcement out there. Anybody looking for anything from the concession stand? They're wanting to shut it down. They're knocking 50% off if you'll help them clean it up over there. If you're hungry, go over there and get it cheap.
Great set of showmen here. You know, five of these did an awesome job during the show, and they're doing a great job out here now. The ones I'm going to use for my Chief and Reserve, you know, I'm going to use the show how they did showing during. Or they did during the show in terms of showmanship to kind of help sort it because all these are doing a great job. There's not a whole lot of them out here. None of them are really messing up at all. I thought the one that the exhibitor that's doing good out here that did an awesome job in the show. He's done a great job in terms of eye contact and showing some good angles as the young man of the Berkshire Hog. That one's going to be our champion showman here in the Gilt Show. And after that, I'm going to use the young lady, the Calico, here for reserve. Everybody out here did an awesome job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, senior showman champion Brody Baker and reserve champion Caden Staling. Folks, that concludes the 2026 Kendall County Junior Livestock Swine Show. I'd like to put our hands together for Mr. Adam Gratter coming down all the way from Illinois and judging our hog show for us. It's too bad. He's going to go back and watch a little football, but I'd like to thank him for coming down, looking at our pigs. Everybody help get things cleaned up, and we got the rest of the show to go the rest of the week. Thank you so much for coming out, and give those kids a pat on the back. They've had a heck of a day.